In 2023, I published my first book, Blast Off, Are You a Honeycruncher Kid? And Other Poems. At the time, I thought that might be the only poetry book I would ever write. But then something wonderful happened. Time went by, and I felt the mysterious need to write more poetry, some of which turned out to be pretty good in my opinion. Thus, today you hold in your hands How to Replace a Whammy Gasket on a Yoddle-Klopper and Other Poems, published in 2025. As I write these words, I am 42. I hope you like this book. Some of the poems you might like, some of the poems you might not like. I have no idea. But I'm reminded of something funny from a long time ago when I was young. When I was a teenager, there were these small, flat, circular, plasticky, metally things called CDs with music on them. CD stands for compact disc. You had to have a machine called a CD player to make the music come out. Anyone born before the year 2000 should know what I'm talking about. CDs meant a lot to me when I was younger. I loved them. I still remember the first 3 CDs I ever bought. Chris Isaak, Baja Sessions, Jimi Hendrix, The Ultimate Experience, and Bob Dylan's Greatest Hits, Volume 3. I cherished those 3 CDs, and I still think today that music is really good. Later I would buy some CDs that I eventually became ashamed of, but in general I feel like I've always had a good taste in music. But then again, I guess everybody thinks that they have a good taste in music. Anyway, back then in the 1990s, a lot of people would listen to the radio. That was how we would discover new music, because there was no such thing as the internet back then. I don't know if you ever went through a phase where you were obsessed with music, but I did. Heck, I think I'm still in that phase. But I went through a phase as a teenager when I felt like all the grown-ups in my life were just dumb, except for the grown-ups who were making music on the radio. Those people on the radio really understood what I was going through, and they really understood what life was all about. I don't know if I could have survived my teenage years without the radio and my collection of CDs. When I was 19, though, I found out that I could indeed survive without Bob Dylan, Nirvana, and the Violent Femmes. That's when I served a mission for the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints and had to sacrifice listening to secular music for 2 years. That was from 2002 to 2004. But anyway, when I was a teenager, I would hear these amazing songs on the radio, and I wanted to be able to listen to them whenever I wanted. It kind of sucked listening to the radio for hours, just hoping that the DJ would put on my new favorite song. So I would go to Walmart in Cerrito, where I was raised, or I would go to Zia Records in Tucson to buy CDs. Cerrito and Tucson are cities in Arizona, in the southwestern part of the United States of America. Zia Records always had an amazing selection of music. There was also a company that sold CDs through the mail, and that's where I got a lot of my Bob Dylan CDs that were hard to find in stores. By the way, today I am the proud owner of every studio album that Bob Dylan has ever made. And I even have all the physical CDs. I'm only missing one, and that's his latest one, Shadow Kingdom. But it's kind of hard to justify buying the physical CD when I can just listen to the whole album with no commercials on Spotify. Plus, I don't even have a CD player anymore, except for the one that's attached to my computer. And if I'm already going to be on the computer anyway, then it's just quicker and easier to click on Spotify than it is to dig for a CD in some abysmal closet. Oh, and there might be CD players in each one of my vehicles, but I think those machines are broken. In any case, I never use them because I don't drive enough to even bother with listening to CDs while driving. I work pretty close to home. And when I do drive for long distances, for some reason I like listening to relevant radio or to nothing. Plus, I think I've heard that CDs can get damaged in hot temperatures, and I live in the Phoenix area, where vehicle interiors can get hot, hot, hot. It's so hot here sometimes that lots of babies have died from being stuck inside of vehicles when their parents have forgotten them and the windows are rolled up. But anyway, the distribution of recorded music was a lot different back when I was a teenager. Back then, the only way to get that one song you loved was to buy the whole album that contained your beloved song. I guess sometimes the music companies sold singles or EPs, but rarely. I'm sure the music companies wanted you to buy the whole album so they could make more money. It's a smart business move. So I remember spending $15 of my hard-earned money on the album American Pie, which contained the song by the same name, American Pie. I remember when I initially bought the album, I thought, wow, if American Pie is so good, I bet the rest of the songs will be incredible too. Happy with my new purchase, I brought the CD home and put it in my CD player in my bedroom, expecting a transcendental experience. The album sucked. Well, look, American Pie was good, but I had already heard that song a million times. So overall, I would say that the album just plain sucked. I don't even know if I got through the whole album. It was that bad. But maybe it's not fair of me to call the songs bad. I'm sure they're okay, and I'm sure there are a lot of people who like them, and that's just fine. For whatever reason, though, I'm just saying that I didn't like them. They were forgettable, and it seemed like the general consensus among everybody was that Don McLean was a one-hit wonder. However, American Pie was still so good. And now that I owned the CD, that song was at my fingertips and in my eardrums whenever I wanted. I listened to it a million times. I simply skipped all the other songs on the album, which was really easy because American Pie was the first song on the CD. I felt that that one song alone was worth the entire $15. It was just that good. Maybe something similar will happen with you and this book. Maybe 90% of this book won't appeal to you. Maybe some of the poems you will think are downright dumb. Sometimes I think that too, honestly. But there's a chance that there will be one poem in here that you'll love. And you'll love it so much that it will be worth the entire price of this book. Or maybe more. There's a poem I've included in the following pages that I wrote a long time ago called When the Muse Doth Strike. I didn't include it in Blast Off, Are You a Honeycruncher Kid? And Other Poems because I felt that it was, I don't know, maybe emasculated and vulgar. I showed it to my brother Paul, though, and he loved it. He loved it so much, in fact, that he memorized it and recited it in a public speaking class in college. He also had a job for a long time where he did wilderness rehabilitation for wayward teenagers. And way out in the middle of the wilderness of Arizona, he recited When the Muse Doth Strike dozens of times, maybe even hundreds of times, to troubled teens. What an honor. What an honor it is to have my words held in somebody's heart like that for so long. Thank you, Paul, for being an early fan of my poetry. I feel like you really got my poetry, whereas most people just thought it was crazy or weird and went on with their lives. I remember once when a poem struck me with so much force. It was a magical moment, a mysterious moment. It was an encounter with beauty. I was in college, and I was in my early 20s, and I was reading an anthology of American poetry. And I was reading it just for fun, not for a school assignment. I was alone in my apartment. I read a lot of poems for school as well because I double majored in English education and theater education at Northern Arizona University. And by the way, I graduated with a bachelor's degree, so I guess that qualifies me to publish a book of poems. LOL. The poem was an untitled sonnet by Edna St. Vincent Millay that starts out like this. Love is not all. It is not meat nor drink. I read the poem over and over again. I copied it by hand onto a separate piece of paper. I penciled in the little marks that indicated stressed and unstressed syllables. I mapped out the rhyme scheme. I understand that this is not typical behavior, but I'm just telling you the truth. And right then and there, upon my first encounter with the poem, I decided to memorize it. So I did. I recited it out loud over and over until I could say the whole thing perfectly with my eyes shut. And I did all that for fun. I remember reciting the poem for an audition for a play in college once, and I'm sure I recited it to uninterested coworkers here and there over the years. For years afterward, I could recite it from memory. I think I still can, but I might mess it up a little bit. I should really brush up on that poem because it's just so good. Words are important. Words are powerful. One of my favorite bumper stickers simply says, "Poetry is necessary." I only saw that bumper sticker a few times, but that bumper sticker really made me think. Is poetry really necessary? Most people would probably say no. For most people, they would probably say that studying poetry was just some dumb hoop you had to jump through in school, like memorizing the quadratic formula. Once I met a man who was illiterate. It was on my mission for the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints in West Virginia. I talked with him for maybe an hour, trying to convert him to Mormonism. I put a Book of Mormon in his hands, pointed to some specific verse, and said, "Can you read this verse out loud, please?" And he said, "Sorry, I don't know how to read." And he was serious. I was shocked. I had never met a non-disabled adult who was actually illiterate. I looked around his house and didn't see any books. I asked him what he did for a living, and he said that he had been a coal miner all his life. I may be remembering some of this incorrectly, but being a poet, I do have a poetic license, and I'm going to use it. But the thing that shocked me the most was the fact that he seemed like such a good guy. I had been led to believe in school that if you didn't learn how to read, you couldn't function in society, and that your life would be terrible. But here was this illiterate man before me, and he seemed genuinely happy. He was married. He had kids. He was friendly. He was a hard worker, and he just seemed like the salt of the earth. My interaction with him reminded me of something I had read in Technopoly, The Surrender of Culture to Technology by Neil Postman, on pages 3 and 4. Postman quotes from Phaedrus by Plato. But when it came to writing, Thoth declared, "Here is an accomplishment, my lord the king, which will improve both the wisdom and the memory of the Egyptians. I have discovered a sure receipt for memory and wisdom." To this, Thamus replied, "Thoth, my paragon of inventors, the discoverer of an art is not the best judge of the good or harm which will accrue to those who practice it. So it is in this. You, who are the father of writing, have, out of fondness for your offspring, attributed to it quite the opposite of its real function. Those who acquire it will cease to exercise their memory and become forgetful. They will rely on writing to bring things to their remembrance by external signs instead of by their own internal resources. What you have discovered is a receipt for recollection, not for memory. And as for wisdom, your pupils will have the reputation for it without the reality. They will receive a quantity of information without proper instruction, and in consequence be thought very knowledgeable when they are, for the most part, quite ignorant. And because they are filled with the conceit of wisdom, instead of real wisdom, they will be a burden to society. So while that illiterate coal miner definitely didn't have book smarts, he had something better. He had life experience. He had wisdom. The illiterate have to rely on memorization more than the literate do. They have to decide what's important enough to memorize, and they have to do the hard work of committing something to memory. The literate may be tempted to lazily think, why memorize a poem or a prayer or anything when I can just look it up at any time I want on my phone? The illiterate see things differently, and maybe more directly than the literate do. Maybe those of us who can read rely too much on all the words that we've read, words that have edited and filtered our perception of reality, words that have built up misleading structures in our minds. But the illiterate have no choice but to rely on their own senses. It's kind of like how blind people have heightened powers of hearing, and that's why there are musicians like Blind Willie McTell who can make such incredible music. For more on this topic, read the excellent poem First Reader by Billy Collins. I would quote the whole thing here, but that would probably be illegal. You can read it for free on poetryfoundation.org, or at least it's theirs now as I'm writing this. You know who else was illiterate? Saint Joan of Arc. I'm not trying to glamorize illiteracy. I love reading. I love writing. And it would seem hypocritical of me to glamorize illiteracy here in the written word. All I'm trying to do, in a roundabout way, is to make the case for oral poetry and for memorization. Here are some questions for you. Why are poems set to music so popular? Why are songs on the radio so popular? And why are the poems published in highfalutin poetry magazines so obscure? First of all, the popular songs on the radio are accessible. They're generally easy to understand, especially the songs on country music stations. A lot of the poems that get published nowadays, in contrast, are bewildering, bizarre, and complex. They make allusions that only English majors would get. I'm not saying the poems in poetry magazines today aren't great poems. They very well could be great poems, but I just don't like them. And not a lot of people want to put in a great deal of work trying to understand what the heck a poem is talking about if they don't even really like the poem in the first place. So, in this book, I've tried to write poems that are accessible to the average reader, and I've tried to write poems that sound good when read aloud, and that's why I've used a lot of rhyme. I believe in rhyme. I even believe in end rhyme, which is one reason why this book is self-published. A lot of poetry editors no longer believe in end rhyme. It's sad. A lot of modern poetry is written with the physical page forefront in the poet's mind. Modern poets spend so much time agonizing over trivial things like line breaks, punctuation marks, and formatting. But I believe that the biggest aspect of poetry is how it sounds out loud. A guy named Paul Zumthor understood this. He said, "The desire for live voice dwells in all poets, but it is in exile in writing." That quote is from the book Oral Poetry, but I found it in the Essential Poets Glossary by Edward Hirsch under the entry for voice. Poetry is supposed to sound good when it's read out loud. That seems like it should be common knowledge, but I feel like a lot of poets have forgotten that. They're mired in the written word, and so they've neglected the spoken word, the chanted word, and the sung word. My poetry is meant to be read aloud, preferably in my own voice, or in the voice of a trained voice actor, or in the voice of anyone who knows a little bit about oral interpretation. So I recommend reading my poems out loud. If you want to hear and see me read my poems out loud, look me up on the internet. Search for my name and the title of this book on YouTube or on Google or something. I'm a devout Catholic now. I have been since the summer of 2019, when I converted, even though I didn't get baptized until April 3rd, 2021. My conversion was a major turning point in my life, and it caused me to see the world differently. I think I'm seeing the world more accurately now. So now, as a devout Catholic, I see that poetry is in fact necessary. I'm not talking about the poetry that's contained in school books. I'm talking about the poetry contained in the set prayers and rituals of the Catholic Church. I'm talking about the words of the songs I hear when I have the privilege of hearing my wife and daughters sing almost every Sunday at Mass. They're in the choir loft, singing into microphones. They've been doing that for a little more than a year now, and I hope they continue doing that for a long, long time. I wish I could join them, but I don't know how to sing. I'm talking about the poetry in the Bible, the language I hear at Mass and the language that offers itself to me when I open the Bible is poetic in nature. The Bible is not essentially an informative or technical text. It's poetic. It's got metaphors, similes, repetition, parables, and just plain beautiful language. If I could read the Bible in its original languages, maybe I would also find poetic devices that have been lost in translation, like rhyme. So God didn't directly give us a theology textbook or even a catechism. He gave us poetry. Theology textbooks and catechisms have their place, but they are not inspired by the Holy Spirit the way the Bible is. It was such a delight when I first heard the Guardian Angel prayer. Have you heard that prayer? It goes, "Angel of God, my guardian dear, to whom God's love commits me here, ever this day be at my side, to light and guard, to rule and guide. Amen." A rhyming prayer? Before I became Catholic, I had never heard of such a thing. I had never even conceived of such a thing. I was raised to say extemporaneous prayers. And I know I'm being biased, but I believe that the language of the set Catholic prayers are so much more poetic than the language of extemporaneous prayers. I suppose somehow the Holy Spirit could put beautiful poetic words into the mouth of somebody who was in the middle of extemporaneous prayer. And if that did happen, I would hope that somebody would be there recording the audio so that the words could be saved, written down, and then memorized and recited by people who were separated by oceans and centuries. God has chosen to save us through poetic language. The words that the priest says during the sacraments of baptism, confession, and also during the sacrifice of the Mass have real power assigned to them, and those words have poetic qualities. And the prayers that both the clergy and the laity are supposed to recite on a regular basis are poetic. So that's why I contend that poetry is necessary. But is the poetry in this book necessary? Ha! Of course not. The world was getting along just fine before this book was published. But even though logically I think that my poetry isn't necessary, emotionally I feel that maybe it is. In any case, I feel the need to write poetry, and I feel the need to send it off into the world. One brief note. The section Lots of Limericks is not to be understood as one long poem. Rather, it's what the title says it is. Lots of limericks. I put multiple limericks on each page because I didn't want to waste paper. Although I may be wasting paper now by explaining that which is self-explanatory. It's also possible that this whole book is a waste of paper. Sorry for being self-deprecating. Sorry for being unpleasantly brooding. Sorry for seeking validation. And sorry for making so many apologies. The limericks don't have titles, but I suppose that their first lines could be considered their titles. I have another thing I want to say, even though it probably doesn't need to be said, but I say it for the real people in my life who are going to read this book. Remember that the speaker of a poem is not the same as the author of a poem. So if you know me in real life, when you read "A letter found on the sidewalk in an envelope under a small rock," don't call an exorcist. And when you read the limerick that starts with "I hereby endorse marriage heartily," don't call a marriage counselor. I'm a happily married man, and everything in my personal life is totally fine. Some of the poems are autobiographical. For example, I'm really married to a lady named Erin Bird, and I really wrote to Erin Bird, my wife, for her. And Poem to Accompany a Christmas Card 2010 is an actual poem that I mailed out to a lot of family and friends in 2010, but I edited it slightly when I put it into this book. Christmas card poems are by nature cheesy, but it's nice to think that some of the people I know and love actually read it and liked it. And I like the poem too. Speaking of liking things, when it comes to poetry, liking is essential. Preferably, poetry should be loved, but it needs to at least be liked. In fact, when I considered whether or not to include a poem in this book, I asked myself one question. Do I like it? If I answered yes, then I put it in the book. It's that simple. But in a way, it's complex. I made up a lot of words in this book. I have a tendency to do that. In fact, I invent words so much that a doctor has diagnosed me with word-inventa-tendinitis. Some of the words I invented have pronunciations that should be self-explanatory, like skeeble, behoovel, wordful, blurried, and flagless. Other words, though, might be hard to pronounce correctly, and so that's why I've ended this book with a handy pronunciation guide. And just for fun, I also made up definitions for my invented words. Last of all, I want to say, please, 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 share this book with other people. Share it on social media. Share it the old-fashioned way, through word of mouth. How are people going to hear about my poetry if you don't tell them about it? Marketing poetry is pretty disheartening, to be honest. I put so much time and effort and heart into this book. That would suck if nobody ever read it or heard about it. But I'm not going to spend a dime on marketing because I don't have very many dimes. A dime, like time, and a rhyme, is precious. So if you like this book, please leave a review on Amazon and tell other people about it. Thanks. How to replace a whammy gasket on a Yoddle-Klopper. Get in a good crouching position so the gargonuts can be seen. Firmly grasp the green gargonut. Gargonut may not be green. The accurate one may be blue. Parenthetically, it should be noted that the manufacturer wanted the gargonuts color-coded, but mistakes simply happen, so don't get fixated on color. Fading comes from long days of sun rays, so gargonuts may get duller. Let your hand remain ungloved. Twist, 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 counterclockwise. If that doesn't work, relax. Twist, 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 again. This time, clockwise. If the gargonut still won't move, then your fingers are too feeble. Tap it gently with a sledgehammer, and then go get your skeeble. The skeeble comes included in your whammy gasket replacement kit. Most skeebles appear whopping, but don't worry, it will fit. Interlock skeeble and gargonut, and now adjust the dial. If the monitor won't light up, you may have to wait a while. Sometimes it takes a long time. Illumination could take an hour. But have faith, for the light will shine, and then you'll behold its power. Once the skeeble is all aglow, it's time to remove the gasket. Be sure to have a wet sponge ready, but there's really no need for a basket. Beware. Some customers claim that a basket here is useful, but these customers are serpentine. They are not being truthful. A basket is not at all helpful. It doesn't matter if it's wicker or if it's made of plastic. A basket won't make replacement quicker. For the customers who promote the usefulness of a basket, I have an uncomfortable question, and I'm going to ask it. Who has written these instructions? Were they written by you or me? What kind of prideful person questions my authority? Do you know how many whammy gaskets I have successfully replaced? Yet you, the customer, seek to have my authority displaced. Who are you to recommend a basket or any other tool? I'm the author, I'm the expert, I'm right, but you are a fool. If you insist on using a basket at this critical, weighty juncture, you're asking for malfunction. Pride goes before the puncture. What do you think you're going to do with a basket anyway? A basket is insane. A customer using a basket is like a fish using a cane. Now I have completely behooved. Did you hearken to my behooval? If so, congrats on your successful Yoddle-Klopper whammy gasket removal. Slide the new gasket up the shaft and retighten the gargonut, ensuring the three-pronged flapper is free of debris and shut. Your Yoddle-Klopper has been restored. Your crouching has come to an end. Save these instructions forever and discuss them with a friend. My Dead Acquaintances. Sometimes for no reason I think about my uncle who died a long time ago. Like tonight, when I turned all the lights out, his ghost appeared to me in a window. Or I think of my dead acquaintances, like the old people at the old folks' home where I wash dishes. I see their faces. I see them breathe. I see them sit alone. Their names wouldn't mean anything to you, and most of the names I can't remember. But one of the guys, I think, was named Lou. He died last month, in early September. Was his name really Lou? Is that name right? And why am I thinking of him tonight? Car trouble. When I was a kid, driving a car was cool. Even if the car was a piece of junk, if the wheels turned, if you drove it to school, if other kids came up and sat on the trunk, that was cool. You were cool. Cars were so cool. But now, my car just sucks up money. Insurance, registration, repairs, fuel. It's like a joke that's not even funny. And what if I get in an accident? And why is the traffic always so bad? And what's that on the bumper? Another dent? All these automobiles just make me sad. Sometimes I want to live in a mud hut and learn how to crack open a coconut. Make yourself understood. Both men and animals have been bequeathed lungs, tongues, brains, hearts, jaws, throats, lips, gums, and teeth. But the animals, unlike men, can't talk. They only roar, screech, hiss, tweet, howl, and balk. Parrots are an interesting exception, but their speech is imitation and completely void of comprehension. Monkeys might also deserve a mention, because one time a wild ape was caught by a scientist and then tamed and taught some sign language, but only a few words. Yet neither hand-gesturing apes nor birds will ever communicate like humans. So let's not make beasts our catechumens. Maybe someday there'll be a miracle that will defy all things empirical, like the one in Numbers chapter 22, when the donkey says, "Hey, what's wrong with you?" And Balaam feels bad for beating his beast. That really happened in the Middle East. And the talking snake is hard to ignore in Genesis, the 3rd chapter, verse 4. But for 99% of the time, animals just can't talk, let alone rhyme. So if you want to assert your manhood, then say something. Make yourself understood. Carrots. Carrots. Wow! Big carrots. And cheap. It really is enchanting to think about people planting. Why, just the other day I looked at a bag of carrots, and the illustration extolled agrarian merits. A nice young family was planting their crops, while soft white bunnies were practicing hops, and a nourishing sun sent rays through the sky. And I sat there sipping my tea, which was chai, looking at that picture on the bag of carrots like a zoologist must look at scampering ferrets. That is, with wonder and admiration. And I declared the following declaration. Surely St. Valentine's in heaven doing his job, causing my heart to throb, 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 throb. And I meant a healthy throbbing, kinda sorta,
not the throbbing that accompanies a clogged aorta. I simply love thinking about people planting. Like dogs love drinking water after they've been panting. Because there's got to be so much wholesomeness found in the hearts of those who put seeds in the ground. But please, Saint Valentine, my heavenly friend, here's something I want you to comprehend. Don't ask me to plant anything myself. I'd rather go to the store and harvest the food from the shelf.
Poem for Veterans Day. A great uncle of mine fought the Japanese during World War II. He was on a jungle island in the humid, blazing Pacific. Foxholes, bayonets, rifles, blood, terror, bravery, smoke. He killed 3 men, he thinks, and got so close to death they put him in a pile of corpses. He crawled out of it, though, got flown back to America, hitchhiked back to Texas, made it all the way home, made it all the way to his 70s. I never met him. This poem is for my great uncle, even though he can't read it, because he's dead now. This poem is also for all the American veterans I never met, living and dead. They were sent to the war, and they went. Thank you, you brave departed souls. Thank you, you who cannot stand with me by the grill tonight, you who cannot flip the burgers, sip a soda, see the American flag wave, and watch the sunset. Closing another peaceful American day. And to the veterans still with us, all I can say is thank you. Thank you for your bravery. Thank you for your sacrifice. Thank you for leaving your bride so I can stay here with mine. The movie I thought up last night. It's a comedy called Arnold and Jack. And it starts out with Jack eating a snack. And the chips are good, so he eats more chips too. And then, after that, he goes to a petting zoo. But to get to the zoo, he's got to go someplace remote. And that's when he meets Arnold, a talking goat. Nobody knows where Arnold got his talking powers, but the secret is he ate some magic orange flowers. But anyway, Jack bought Arnold from the petting zoo, brings him home and says he can live there too. They both go to sleep, and when they awake, Arnold goes to the kitchen and makes a cake. This movie is going to be so funny. So Jack is dating a rich lady just for her money, and the rich lady is fat, and her name is Popaloo. She wears a pearl necklace, and she's a Hindu. And she wears an eye patch, because she only has one eye. And Arnold, Jack, and Popaloo smoke pot and get high. Arnold tricks Popaloo into thinking he loves her. And they all fight, and Jack grabs Popaloo and shoves her. So there's a love triangle, and I don't know how it works out, and I don't even know what the movie is really about, but it's only a comedy, so the way the movie ends is they just laugh, 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 because they're all good friends. When the Muse doth strike. I'm usually busy doing laundry, or scraping gunk from counters which must be thoroughly degunked, and each scrap of fabric duly imbued with the subtle scent of lilies by 8:43 p.m. when Edna comes back in, or else she'll totally freak out. But lo and hark, for while I scrub, still doth the Muse press her wordful weight upon my fearful mind, whispering similes deep into my hair, whispering like a whisperer whispering whispery stuff, such as, "The cuddly sarcophagus pees like an infantile sneeze," which line, upon amateur explication, defies explanation, refuses validation from the lower poetry classes, quaintly fond of tintinnabulation, but leaves with such the sensation of an anticipation that some snooty-eyed professor will pronounce canonization upon that line, after the Ph.D. is done staring at a puddle, all alone, with no one there to hold his professorial hand. But pay the musical whisperings no mind, my ever-cleaning soul. Think solely on the thought of Edna in a clean room and hot. For the hoary-headed Muse, comparatively, is wimpy. And if thou ever hast hopes that Edna will don that skimpy red dress, the shoulder pads strutting like strawberry muffins, the licorice lace lunging betwixt thy bedroom pals, Trixie and Dixie, and since thou doth much prefer Edna pressing her weight upon you, forsake the Muse, pay thy house-cleaning dues, and soon thou shalt triumphantly glide on rivers of sex, in sexy, sexual, sex-filled canoes. Commentary on Worried Blues by Bob Dylan. There's a song by Bob Dylan called Worried Blues, and I'd rather hear that song than hear the news. The news just makes me mad, or sometimes it makes me sad. Today they said maybe there's going to be another war, and they showed some pictures of a smashed up store, and videos of the criminals who won't stop looting. And this morning there was another school shooting. So some kids went to school and wound up dead. But right now I got that Bob Dylan song in my head. It goes, I got those worried blues. I got those worried blues. I got those worried blues. And I don't know all the words to the song, but I still sometimes try to sing along. Or I listen to it quietly and respectfully, because that song really ought to be listened to quietly and respectfully. It's all about how he's worried, and his eyesight's kind of blurred, and the chilly wind's blowing, and he wants to start going someplace where the chilly winds don't blow anymore, but he just doesn't know which way to go anymore, and he just can't handle life anymore, and he just doesn't know what to do anymore, and he keeps telling a lady not to leave him. He's begging some lady not to leave him. There's some lady, and she's such a good lady, and she's about to leave him. But there's some kind of power in that song that he sings. There's some kind of power that his music brings. It's a blanket. It's a magic spell. It's a power that makes me sick. It's a power that makes me well. I never planned on being here. I am in my bed, hearing birds, hearing bits of chatter from another room, hearing cars on the street. I never planned on being here. Don't surrender to large groups of people. Don't let people boss you around, except for people at work who rightfully have authority over you. You must obey bosses, or they may stop giving you money. But even while you obey bosses, keep your mind autonomous. Your mind is precious. Guard it ferociously. There is a lion in your mind. Keep him well fed. You have seen people flying kites. If you want to fly a kite too, then go fly a kite. Kite flying is worthwhile, and it must be done in cooperation with the wind. I am not going to smile just because I am around people who want to see me smile. I like to keep my smiles natural. Do not neglect your religious duties. You have an obligation to attend Mass every Sunday and every holy day of obligation. The Trinity is like a shamrock, but the Trinity is also unlike a shamrock. Shut down the factories that make jelly beans. Use force if you have to. Stop jelly bean production. Stop jelly bean distribution. Stop jelly bean consumption. Jelly is familiar, like the face of a friend. Beans transmit nutrition to the belly. But jelly beans are unnatural in color and flavor and substance. They contain no jelly. They contain no beans. Thus, they are to be rejected. Yet sometimes I eat jelly beans. I like to see the colorful assortment in the palm of my hand. I am right-handed, as most people are. So in order to receive the jelly beans when they are poured from a bag, I form a little bowl with my right hand. 12 jelly beans is the proper portion, but 8 is also acceptable. I know that honey is sweet, and so do you. This shared knowledge alone should be enough to ensure peace between us. If you have never tasted honey, you must not be from around here. I am curious how my writings fell into your possession. If you have never tasted honey, come to my house, and I will give you a taste. I will put the honey on a spoon, or, if you want, I can spread the honey on a piece of toast. The wisdom I am offering you today is good. It was obtained through much sorrow and passage of time. Birds are still chirping. People are still driving their cars. After I get out of bed, I will eat a banana, maybe two. And it really is as simple as that. Here on this bus, I'm tired of maps, cookbooks, advertisements, people telling me to travel somewhere, experiment with new ingredients, or buy a $3,000 massage chair. I'm tired of being told what to think. Instead of showing me a good picture, instead of presenting me with food or drink, people just talk at me. It's a lecture. Where are the people who tell a few jokes, who tell long stories, who listen to me when I feel like talking? Where are the folks who just want to spend some time with a tree? Maybe some of them are here on this bus. Oh, Blessed Virgin Mary, pray for us. Listen when an old man talks. I don't know if you've seen this stuff or not, but nowadays I see it a lot. Fake grass. A lot of people are getting it. It looks good, I guess, but it's counterfeit. I'm old, I know, but fake grass doesn't seem right. Like living your life in fluorescent light, or drinking skim milk. Milk ought to be whole. Milk with no fat is like a man with no soul. Am I the only one who thinks fake grass is wrong? Do men like me have a place to belong? Is there some place where all the grass is still real, where nobody cares about curb appeal? I am in favor of fake diamonds, though. Cubic zirconia is the way to go. It's a lot cheaper, and it looks just as nice. Buy women fake diamonds. That's my advice. But please don't put that fake grass in your yard. If you think maintaining real grass is too hard, then don't get any grass at all. Get rocks. Be quiet. Listen when an old man talks. Good advice you all should follow. People these days should just go for more walks and take the time to notice little things, like the grass and bugs and cool-looking rocks, and behold the bright sight a sunrise brings, instead of watching TV for hours, getting digitally intoxicated. Don't people realize that outside flowers are unsniffed and unappreciated? If everyone would just listen to me, everyone would have treasure, a chest full. Then, instead of complaining righteously, I could recline and make my day restful. I'm sleepy, and I want to take a nap. Now I'm a fly. My bed's a Venus flytrap. Garlicky, garlicky chili. Before you begin to make the chili, inhale, exhale, breathe peace into your mind. Don't be afraid of being called silly. Many will never accept your kind. You are pioneering and prophetic. Yes, you are the one who has been prepared to insert the right amount of garlic, whereas previous cooks have been too scared. Use just about any chili recipe, but double the garlic. No, triple it. No, measure the garlic,
quadruply. Then keep adding more garlic. Just don't quit. Do not rely on uninspired math. Let garlic give voice to your holy wrath.
Another poem about garlic. I know I've been talking a lot about garlic lately and lots of yummy, spicy stuff like that. But I just think if you're going to cook greatly, you got to get garlic usage down pat. Because my biggest beef with cooks these days is that they never use enough garlic. Too many cooks would rather use mayonnaise, which, by the way, is both bizarre and sick. Garlic tastes good in just about everything. Have you tried putting garlic in scrambled eggs? Have you smeared garlic paste on chicken wings? Have you sprinkled garlic chunks on turkey legs? And why not put garlic in cereal? It sounds deliciously antibacterial. A romp among rhombi, or a rhombicular romp. I love all the shapes in general, but I love one shape in particular, and that's the shape that is rhombicular. I speak of the rhombus, that four-sided shape which alone is rhombicular. The rhombus, the rhombus, the rhombus. That shape which presents itself freely to us, perhaps while we ride around town on a bus and open a book and look at a picture of a rhombus. And maybe the book is curricular, and maybe the book is extracurricular. But anyway, the curricular or extracurricular status of the book matters not. What matters is that right now a rhombus in your brain is what you've got. And sometimes I see rhombi in my mind's eye when I sit around the house doing nothing, and for some reason I start thinking about rhombi. Just like sometimes I start thinking I have something in my eye. And now I'm talking about my regular eye, my left eye, not my mind's eye. So I start blinking, and blinking, and blinking, and blinking. But really, my eye was totally normal. So I ended up blinking for no reason. But I guess sometimes it's just superfluous blinking season. I love it when rhombi pop up unannounced. You know, a lot of things are almost rhombi, but they're not exactly rhombi. But they're still a little rhombish. Like, right now, I see a bag crumpled up on the floor, and the shape that it makes is a rhombus, roughly. Kind of like when a dog almost says rough, but he doesn't exactly say rough, but he says something kind of roughly. And I love it when clouds float by and fill the sky with marshmallow rhombi. Lines for Lacy. Or, if Lacy won't talk to me, then these lines are for Tiffany. I would like to go on a date with you. Does tomorrow afternoon work? At 2? Or 3? Or 4? Or 5? Or 6? Or 7? Or maybe we could meet at 11? 11 p.m.? Or 11 a.m.? I'm flexible. I could do either M. I have such amazing flexibility because I lack employability. So yes, the rumors are true. I'm jobless. But without you, my heart would be throbless. Before we date, though, I'd like to discuss whether or not you have seen a walrus. Have you previously seen a walrus? If so, tell me when you saw the walrus. Say exactly when you saw the walrus. What was the location of the walrus? Do not lie to me about the walrus. There's another big thing that concerns us, and the big thing is a shape, the rhombus. Occasionally, when I ride the bus, I close my eyes and think of a rhombus. And then I think of another rhombus, another rhombus, another rhombus, until in my mind there's a rhombus surplus. It's like I forget I'm even on the bus, because in the dark I see the rhombus. My mind's eye is piled high with rhombi and rhombicular clouds that float in the sky. A brain chock full of rhombi is a plus. No, 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 it's not a minus, it's a plus. One day, Lacy, or Tiffany, you'll admit it's a plus. My propensity to picture rhombi, thus, will be of great worth to the two of us. Anyway, tell me if we can meet at 2. I have yo-yo tricks I want to show you. But first, tell me the truth about the walrus. On the importance of reading poetry not written by Mary Oliver. Have you heard of the poet Mary Oliver? I've read some of her, but not all of her. Her most popular poem is Wild Geese, which is about how we'd all have inner peace if we just acted like those honking birds that say honk, honk, honk because they can't say words. Apparently, you just have to look at the sky, observe the geese up there as they fly, and then you'll feel good about humanity. But I think the poem is packed with insanity. And by the way, the poet is guilty of heresy. She reminds me a whole lot of a Pharisee, or some other person who Jesus would yell at. And she's probably spent too much time with her cat. So instead of reading poetry by Mary Oliver, we should silence and ignore the call of her, and read poetry by someone more holy, like me. I'm practically the personification of piety, and I don't mean to sound holier than thou, but maybe I really am holier than thou. I'm certainly holier than the author of Wild Geese. All I want to do is offer everyone the sign of peace. Or read poems by Thomas Aquinas. He's a saint. But as for this Oliver lady, well, she ain't. Once again, I am bringing coffee to my lips. Some people say drinking coffee every morning is unhealthy. Some people say I should drink only water before noon. They tell me to add lemon juice and ginger to the water. There is much talk of apple cider vinegar. But I am a happy person. The coffee I am drinking is good. I hold the mug to my chest. I blow into the coffee because it is very hot. I feel the steam on my face. I look out the window. Sunlight, shadows, a stray cat. Some people try to remove happiness from your heart. Some people try to remove coffee beans from your pantry. Some people are possessed by demons. The tricky thing about people is that it's hard to tell if they are possessed. Not all demoniacs have solid red eyes, though some do. Your neighbor may be quiet. Your coworker may compliment your hair. But if he tells you that the coffee in your mug is somehow harmful, that is when you will know, with a heart full of certitude, that he is not entirely human. Pilots, stay away from the Bermuda Triangle. Pilots, stay away from the Bermuda Triangle, where planes go missing without a trace. And I also advise avoiding the Bermuda Rectangle, a terrifying, ferocious, rectangular place. Though the rectangle's much less well known, pilots are just as likely to get their brains wormed there. Several serious and scientific studies have shown. So unless you want your inner head bare, fly somewhere else, like to the Bermuda Rhombus, a part of the planet that's often overlooked, a lovely land of Rhombicular happiness, where beachfront hotels are never fully booked. But please don't publicize this paradisiacal nook, or else giant flocks of tourists will descend upon the rhombus while I'm trying to read a book, and my rhomborific getaway will have gotten away. The end. Rhombi, oh Rhombi, sweeter than the most sweet pie. My favorite shapes have always been rhombi. Even in my infancy, before I could explain why, those four-sided polygons caught my eye, and I said, "Mother, I require art supplies worthy of illustrating that illustrious geometric prize, the rhombus, that shapely shape which has pleased the eyes of choosy connoisseurs of math textbook imagery. These crayons, though jumbo, are much too rudimentary. So please produce colored pencils. 20 should be plenty." And still today I can't explain why I love rhombi, so I won't offer an explanation. I won't even try. I only know if I go too long without seeing them, I cry. I simply love rhombi, like a lover loves another lover, or like brothers in arms love their fellow army brothers, or like a leather glove is loved by its glover. Who can fathom the mysterious ways of love, except he be enlightened by Saint Valentine above? And is Saint Hubert a saint you've ever heard of? Because he's the patron saint of mathematics, so he probably knew loads about rhombi and quadratics, and was perhaps the most fanatical of all rhombi fanatics. Until I was born, and then I became the most fanatical guy. Am I the only one who tastes the sweetness of rhombi? I probably am. You don't understand me. Goodbye. The location of the lost 10 tribes. I sat and listened to an old man describe the location of the lost 10 tribes. He told us that there was a hidden hole somewhere in the tundra near the North Pole. And if you travel long enough up there, appealing to Heavenly Father in prayer, you'll find the lost 10 tribes' underground home. They live beneath the curve of the dome, the rocky dome formed by Earth's inner crust, and their land is lit by glowing dust. Particles that are bioluminescent, possessing a pleasant, flower-like scent, float constantly around everywhere, filling every inch of the underground air. The dust prevents them from living in the dark. It's like the miracle on Noah's Ark. In Genesis chapter 6, verse 16, most people don't know what window really means. But the old man showed us a footnote explaining that the windows on that boat were actually stones that emitted light, like the stones possessed by the Jaredites, the stones touched by the finger of the Lord, the 16 glowing stones that went aboard the Jaredite vessels shaped like footballs. The old man told us about the grand halls in the grand palaces of the people and their churches with sapphire steeples. But the most valuable thing that they own is kept on display in their most central zone. It's the Holy Ark of the Covenant, the same ark that in ancient times went through the Jordan River on dry ground, the same ark that has never been found by historians and archaeologists, the same ark that's been shrouded in the mists of thousands and thousands of years gone by. And he told us of the golden birds that fly in the air inside the hollow earth, and other creatures of tremendous worth. The Ark of the Covenant, the old man said, as he looked at us and scratched his head, would help usher in the 10 tribes' return shortly before the entire world burns. The prophets will take the ark in their arms, but unlike Uzzah, remained unharmed, and journey upward, toward the snow. The ark will clear the way, and up they'll go, through an icy crevice and out the hole, the one hidden somewhere near the North Pole, and they will head south, carrying the ark. Then, like the pioneers before us, they'll embark on a triumphal march to the promised land. This was all prophesied. This was all planned. In Missouri, near Independence, a place is prepared for Israel's descendants. Satan will try to put his dark restraints on the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, but Satan will finally lose his power on that unknown day, on that unknown hour. And there in Adam-ondi-Amen will gather many prophets and shamans, who will unite their holy priesthood keys, and everyone gathered will fall on their knees when the Lord returns from his throne in the sky, wearing a red robe with love in his eye. He'll dedicate the New Jerusalem and commence his reign in the millennium, when the lion will lie down with the lamb, and everyone will behold the great I Am. Bloodshed, poverty, and sickness will cease. In the 1,000-year period of peace, the battle with Satan at last being won. The man closed his lips. His lesson was done. Then he closed his books, held them in a stack, and tucked them away in an old leather sack. I thought he was about to say goodbye when I noticed a tear fall from his eye. "Brethren," he said, "I speak by the Spirit. The North Pole is far, but still I feel near it. I implore you today, take my advice. If you have the faith to break through the ice that has clogged that ancient passageway, then don't let Lucifer lead you astray. May the spirit of Moses be with your soul. Go northward, go northward. Find the hole. "7 years. If you swallow chewing gum, it stays stuck inside your intestines for 7 years. If you want 7 years of bad luck, get a hammer and smash some mirrors. I can't comprehend that amount of time. 7 years is too much for me to handle, like the mysterious nature of slime on a stone, in a stream, or a candle. The candle's secrets aren't revealed in books. Don't ask for the definition of fire. All we know is we like the way it looks when the flame gets higher and higher. What's so special about the number 7? Is there anything magical about it? There may be an answer to this question, but I guess I'll have to live without it. The first time Charlie made bacon. Charlie is beginning to grow hair on his chin. He's alone in the apartment, bored again. He's a typical latchkey kid you'd find these days, fond of white bread, bologna, and mayonnaise. It's dinner time, and there's no sign of his mother. What makes this day different than any other? The boy's forefathers were ranchers, butchers, mountain men. Their ghosts fly to Charlie's house and enter in. The boy does not see them, but his ancestors are there. A few stand by the door. A bearded man floats in the air. The shadowy men stare at the young man, who walks into the kitchen and finds a cast-iron pan. Charlie sets it on the stove and lights the little fire. Bacon is on his mind. Bacon is his desire. The poet in prehistoric times. It must have sucked to have been a poet in prehistoric times, when everybody had to memorize their important rhymes, because they didn't have paper to write stuff down on. So if a poet was moved by the sight of the sky at dawn, all he probably did was grunt and clap and whistle, because he lacked the ability to compose an epistle. Perhaps he wanted to publish a poem titled, "Wow, look at that sky!" But he had to settle for hoping that someone was close by, someone who liked listening to poetic observations, someone who liked bird migrations and cloud formations. But most guys back then didn't care much about a pretty sky, because they were probably preoccupied with trying not to die. Saber-toothed tigers were roaming all over the place. They would pounce on a guy and stick their claws in his face. And there were woolly mammoths, hungry and mad, who wouldn't think twice about stomping on somebody's dad. But if nobody was around when the ancient poet spoke, he had to remember the words till he was near some friendly folk. So he repeated the words over and over and over again as he walked back alone to a village of illiterate men. On second thought, there's something enchanting about memorization. something that resembles the building blocks of a nation. On third thought, memorization isn't just a want, it's a need. Consider the Pledge of Allegiance. Consider the Nicene Creed. The Ten Commandments. First, there's only one God, so worship Him. All of the other so-called gods are fake. Second, don't blurt out God's name on a whim. Third, Sundays, go to Mass, not to the lake. Fourth, honor your mom and honor your dad, so that someday you'll become elderly. Fifth, murder is awful. Murder is bad. Sixth, another bad thing is adultery. Seventh, don't take somebody else's stuff. Eighth, don't lie. Tell everybody the truth. Ninth, be content with your own wife. She's enough. 10th, don't want your neighbor's good looks or youth. Those are the 10 numbered the proper way, despite whatever the Protestants say. Video games are bad. I did a lot of dumb stuff when I was a kid. I can't even remember a lot of the stuff I did. But one time I threw a rock and smashed a window, and I wasted a lot of time playing Super Nintendo. I played Bomberman 1 and Bomberman 2, Castlevania and Ultimate Kung Fu, and there was Zelda, A Link to the Past. Whenever I pressed start, a spell was cast. I couldn't stop playing those video games. They were more hypnotic than campfire flames. I played so much that my mom would scream and drag me out of my electronic dream. The video games now are even more addictive. A lot of kids don't even want to live if they can't play video games day and night. And what are all those games doing to their eyesight? So I guess I should say video games are bad, since I've got all these kids calling me dad, and I've been anointed as their lawgiver now. But banning video games seems wrong somehow. Because every now and then, a man needs a break. And I know it would be healthier to go to a lake, but the lake's too far away, and it's too hot. So I'd rather control a little astronaut and make him blast asteroids to smithereens, or shoot underwater missiles at submarines, or be a more exciting version of myself by pretending I'm a swashbuckling elf. And I remember in Zelda, A Link to the Past, you explored a forest that was so vast. You'd get lost walking around those gigantic trees, and sometimes there would be swarms of bees. You'd steal their honey, and then you'd run. Living in that world was just so much fun. You could stab a bush with a sword, and gems popped out, or lounge by a lake and catch rainbow trout. What kind of villain ever invented smoke detectors anyway? It's hard to peacefully gaze at the feet of hummingbirds extracting nectar when the empty house across the street has a malfunctioning smoke detector. It's been making that constant beeping sound for almost a week, if I can remember. So my dumb thoughts are so dumb, not profound. Will the beeping last till next November? Someone should do something about that beeping. I hear the beep, 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 beep all the time, even when I'm in bed and try sleeping.
I wish that machine was more like a mime, so that it would silently malfunction, rather than make me want extreme unction. Who is my neighbor? I don't talk to my neighbor because he doesn't talk to me. How long has he lived next door? Maybe 2 years, maybe 3. I don't know who's to blame or which of us didn't talk first. I don't even know his name. I only know that I thirst. I thirst for community. I'm not asking for a best friend, but will he say hi to me before our lives come to an end? Would it come across as weird if I brought him banana bread? Should I talk about his beard? Never mind. I'll just go to bed. My time on the stage. My time on the stage was a long time ago. Drama was a big deal to me back then. It still kind of sounds nice to be in a show, but I'm here in my recliner again. Everything around me is different these days. Life isn't the same as it used to be. I'm too sick and sleepy to be in plays, and everywhere I go, there's a TV. Those TV shows do have talented actors who really know how to be entertaining. Our decline is caused by many factors. I don't feel like listing or explaining. And maybe we're not even declining. Maybe I'm just old and reclining. A memory of a saguaro. I want to hang on to the idea of a saguaro. A memory of a saguaro. I want a saguaro in my past, so that it can be summoned to the present, so that it can ride along with me in the car, so that it can sit next to me and we can watch TV. I want a saguaro strong enough to be hurled into the future, 30, 40, 50 years, when I'm so old I can't walk, so old I can't talk. A full-grown saguaro, thick, hot, wild, flowers coming from the tips of its arms, flowers forming a crown way up there, unreachable flowers. And the peaks and the valleys that run up and down the saguaro, the green peaks and valleys, and the needles, and the holes that birds make. I want all of that. And that saguaro is standing there in the summer, and I'm standing there in the summer too. So I walk up to it and check to see if we're alone. And we are alone. So I talk to it. Maybe with words, maybe with moods that I smear onto the air. I want this saguaro because someday I'll be escorted away from the saguaro growing regions. Taking a picture won't work. I have to be with the saguaro. I have to be with it like a son is with his father when they walk together, when the father has a whole day off of work. A small son, a big father, a long walk. And that's why I got to get a saguaro fixed in my mind. When I'm in Babylon, what will the Babylonians say? I could show them a picture of a saguaro, and it could be a nice picture, well composed,
taken by a professional photographer, and I could say, "Look." But I hate pictures. And Babylonians would rather look at other pictures, if they want to look at pictures at all. I think I'll stick with Christianity. First thing this morning, it was cold. So I went back inside, and now it's around 10, and I'm out again. It's warming up. I'm barefoot, and there's really nothing I have to do right now. Winter is coming, but so is another summer. A bird lands on a branch, weighing it down, moves the branch and its leaves down and back up, down and back up. The dark bird with white eyes looks forward, looks this way, looks that way, leaps, spreads his wings, glides off into flight, into sunlight. Athletic, majestic. This happens every day. He must have a reason to arrive, and he must have a reason to depart. It's bird business I know nothing about. I am a witness to the bird's activity, his beautiful animal activity, but I will never be a judge. I have sympathy for the heathens who worshipped the sun. They never knew Jesus. They never felt the salvation that springs from joining his flock, of being found by the good shepherd, cast upon his broad, strong shoulders, finding pasture, finding rest. And yet I imagine the ancient illiterate ones, the ones without Bibles, felt spiritual strength flowing into them, flowing from the sun. And I imagine they absorbed a feeling of transcendence, however erroneous, and however doctrinally impure, whenever they opened themselves to the beams that streamed day by glorious day from the orb floating in the sky, the orb that, like the great I Am, cannot be looked upon directly. They worshipped the sun, the same sun that now upon us shines. Can you believe that? It wasn't a bad idea. The sun is always there, though hidden at times by the earth and hidden at times by the clouds, but it's always there, whether you give it cursings or whether you give it praise. It feels better to give it praise. But the heathens got carried away. If they had settled with the soft-spoken decency and the cyclical, sacred nature of life that seems to come from the sun, if they had quietly felt the serenity that emanates from a sunlit afternoon, maybe things would have worked out. Maybe they would have been happier. Instead, they whipped each other until finally they finished the pyramids. And they started stabbing people in the heart, and the blood flowed down grooves carved into an altar, collected in clay pots, and the pagans took turns drinking it, chanting some mumbo-jumbo about a bloodthirsty sun that would cause the rain to fall once again, all because they killed another guy, ate his flesh, and drank his blood. Lots of limericks. There once was a mischievous bumblebee who buzzed in the ear of a chimpanzee. The monkey got annoyed, so made the bug void by smacking it good and properly. I hereby endorse marriage heartily. I endorse it with all of my heart, you see. So don't tell my wife that I'd like to try life like Noah, except divorced, who got away arkily. There once was a boy who played badminton when he should have been studying the catechism. I'm sorry to tell that he went to hell, where by dogs he was constantly bitten. There once was a hen who could talk, in real English words, not just balk. She yelled, "Stop!" to the farmer, who chose not to harm her, and tore up his butchering smock. I once grabbed a cool-looking rock and put it inside of my sock. I swung it around and then bashed the ground, smashing a poor little shamrock. A bumblebee covered in fuzz flew all around, saying buzz. He injected his stinger into my finger, so I killed him, and now he's a was. There once was a kid in the ocean who moved around in squid motion. Was he a kid moving squidly, or a squid moving kidly? Either way, he moved with devotion. I once had a gigantic jelly bean. It was mostly pink, but a little green. My modus operandi was to gobble that candy. But then I said, "Ouch, my spleen." There once was a slap-happy goose who drank some magical juice. He turned into a lion. Okay, I'm lying. He really turned into a moose. I'm usually not a big spender, but I recently splurged on a blender. I feel like a king when I turn on the thing and make solid food surrender. I got to the dentist at 3:30, but my appointment was back at 2:30. The secretary was mad and said, "You're so bad. You think you can show up at any 30?" The teacher told me to study, but I'd rather go play with my buddy. I want to have fun. So what if I are dumb? There's mud out there that's muddy. I married a lady named Myrtle, who turned out to be infertile. We couldn't reproduce, so we got a pet goose, and a cat, and a dog, and a turtle. A stranger stood in my doorway. He said he had come from Norway. But that was a lie, so I kicked his right thigh, and now he stands in a sore way. I know a guy who's Mormon. He's a lot like a job site foreman. He bosses me around in ways biblically unsound, and he's obsessed with recruiting some more men. Muhammad al-Walid bin Ahmed brandished a gun, and then he said, "Allahu Akbar," which is Arabic for, "I love making Christians get dead." I suffer from feelings of self-reproach, so I thought I would hire a life coach. She said, "You're awesome. It's spring, so blossom." But I still kind of feel like a cockroach. Allow me a moment of behoovement on the subject of self-improvement. I hereby behoove that you should improve. As for me, I require no movement. I'm old enough to want to be younger. I've known both fullness and hunger. I've had my song. It wasn't too long, but now I've already sung her. Repairing a broken computer requires a nerdy troubleshooter. The type of guy who likes to buy dragon figurines made of pewter. The best thing to happen to humanity was the dawn of Christianity, when God came to earth through humble birth to wage a war on insanity. Contraception is definitely a no-no. A plethora of priests have said so. So go have a kid. You'll be glad that you did. And then, after one kid, have mo. The devil's idea of a hero is the Roman Emperor Nero. He's not feeling well because now he's in hell, and the number of his friends is 0. I encountered a really big tree. It was so much bigger than me. I was down at the park, and I touched its bark. The teachings of God are all free. There once was a boy named Kevin who died at the age of 7. His mother was sad, and so was his dad, but Kevin was happy in heaven. For those on a spiritual search, you'll find God in the Catholic Church, and then make a stop at the church's gift shop for a rosary and other great merch. What's up with churches these days? They're caught up in the feel-good craze. They say, "Come as you are, you awesome rock star." They pick the wrong person to praise. Cannibals shout when the blood flows. Murder to them is a fun show. But they should be quiet and start a new diet, since all the good Catholics have said so. I feel really sad for my sister. She spotted a really cute mister. She said to him, "Hi." He said to her, "Bye." But before his departure, he kissed her. The Dayquil I drank said, "Non-drowsy." So why do I still feel so drowsy? What's that? A cow? Yeah, that's a cow. That cow's very cow-like. He's cowsy. One day I felt really depressed, so I challenged my baby to chess. I checkmated him fast. The game was a blast. And that's when I felt really blessed. I'd like to propose a toast to some bum who now is a ghost. He once was alive, but it's hard to survive when heroin's improperly dosed. There's a lady who lives in California, and honestly, her name is Livornia. She gave me a tie, and when I asked why, she said, "I just love to adorn ya." When dating, the Christians placed pecks on lips and sometimes on necks. But when they were married, they no longer tarried. They did stuff that rhymes with complex. My therapist said I was sad. So sad and so sad and so sad. So we tripled the price for his advice because I was triply sad. I love having big stacks of money. And I love it when egg yolks are runny. And I love it when folks simply tell a few jokes, whether it's rainy or sunny. Lenore, the proofreading llama, spotted a poorly used comma.
She got angry and then, with her lava-red pen, wrote, "That comma is giving me trauma." Sue smuggled some paint remover into the French museum, the Louvre. When she got caught, she said, "Mona Lisa's hot, but a makeover, I thought, behooved her." Will the moms at the park think I'm crazy if I crawl here and nibble a daisy? Look at me now, I graze like a cow. I'm feeling so cowsy and grazy. Last summer I dated a lady. We kissed in some grass that was shady. We met online. Things were going fine until I found out she was 80. I've prepared a brief oration on Southwestern wardrobial decoration. Remember, guys, that bolo ties belong in your wardrobe rotation. Whenever I wear my bolo tie, everyone thinks I'm a handsome guy. So I think that if you want to look handsome too, then do something else, because I want to be the only one wearing a bolo tie. When I ordered the soup du jour, they said, "We don't have any more. But the soup du jour will be here tomorrow. But tomorrow we'll call it du jour." The funniest thing about midgets is that, well, they're midgets. And midgets are funny. So totally funny. And they're funny because they're just midgets. You can't understand the Trinity because God is a glorious mystery. It's a lot like how I can't explain why a particular bird is in a tree. The first half of groundhog is ground. The first half of flounder is flound. The first half of half might make you laugh. It's ha, a nonsensical sound. I wanted to go see a walrus, but whoops, I got on the wrong bus. My face had a frown on the wrong side of town, but I smiled when I thought of a rhombus. All I wanted was a snack. 'Twas the night before Christmas, and I wanted a snack. Maybe chocolate or licorice, floppy, sweet, and black. So I walked to my pantry, reached high to the shelf, where I conceal all the treats I've reserved for myself. But the licorice was gone. Nothing was there. My secret candy spot was, inexplicably, bare. Who found my candy? Who touched it? Who ate it? Now listen, you thieves, I don't appreciate it. I yelled and I yelled, letting my voice carry. On that bleak Christmas Eve, I was not feeling merry. I took a deep breath, then another. I started to think, into what other sweetness could my eager teeth sink? Then there, on the counter, on a large dinner plate, was something that made my mouth salivate. Something more pleasing than a rising full moon. Something that makes midnight snackers swoon. It was a gingerbread man, baked to perfection, golden and brown, a festive confection. How did this yummy thing enter my life? Oh well, who cares? I said, and I got out a knife. Into the gingerbread tummy I was just about to slice when I heard a voice say, "Hey, that's not very nice." Yikes! Who said that? I stepped back in fright. I thought that I had the house to myself on that night. My eyes darted around the kitchen to find who was speaking, when the voice came again. I'm the one you are seeking. It was the gingerbread man. He was talking to me. I couldn't understand how such things could be. Yeah, I'm talking, he said. It's called personification. Don't worry, it's a pretty standard poetic convention. And yeah, you can eat me. That's fine. I don't really mind. I actually am delicious. A better snack you won't find. But before you start cutting, and before you start chewing, there's something important you ought to be doing. You ought to be thinking, my friend, about spiritual things. You need to understand why Christmas carolers sing. Tomorrow's Christmas, after all, December 25th, the day Christians everywhere celebrate the world's greatest gift. So I'll give you a quick lesson, a mnemonic device, one involving molasses, shortening, and just the right spice. Remember my eyes, eyes made to see the needs of others. Remember my feet, feet made to walk to our weary brothers. Remember my hands, hands made to serve our fellow men. Remember my buttons, buttons made to keep out the chill of sin. Remember my smile, smile when you see nativity scenes. Remember my bow tie. I don't know what the bow tie means. And if you don't remember any of that, that's fine. Just remember one thing. Worship someone divine.
And that's how the gingerbread man finished his speech. How strange. How strange to hear a baked good preach. I put down the knife. I had lost my appetite. Then I prayed and slept in heavenly peace that night. Meadow. There's a meadow I walk around in and sit down in. A meadow in which I take a stand. Well, that is, I stand up, but not with conviction. I stand, knowing that reclining soon will come. I sleep, awake, fall asleep again, eat, move a bit, drink, and it's only me. I keep a lot of pillows around. Me going up, going down, going hop, hop, hop on the meadow ground, and going roll, roll, roll on the meadow ground. And then I rest here or there on the meadow ground, sometimes here, sometimes there, but it's all the meadow. The flowers are purple, and the flowers are sweet. The flowers are flowers, the flowers are flowers. See, now here I am in another part of the meadow. And now here I am in another part of the meadow. Look, here come the clouds that give me bedtime hugs. Bye-bye. You can't live in the meadow. Only I can. Bye-bye. Yummy snacks. I want the yummy snacks. In the Tropic of Capricorn, there must be hyper-aggressive tree frogs and wild pigs sinking in quicksand, and swarms of phosphorescent flies feasting and dancing on the carcasses of monkeys and ground-dwelling clouds and boa constrictors with dagger fangs that stab straight into the faces of baboons and suck out the brains, and giant tarantulas that straddle their hairy legs around sleeping children, all in the Tropic of Capricorn. I pluck a bug from the lip of a fish. I pluck a bug from the lip of a fish. What type of bug? I don't care. I squish and flush it. That was uneventful. Fish are gross anyway. I fiddle with the window curtains, play peekaboo with the sun, cut off clouds in my vision. I squint. Ouch. I quit that game and go to the TV. The first thing that comes on is a commercial for a bed. It has extra squishy foam and hydraulics. The bed helps you sleep, the TV says. Duh. But a bed's not what I want. I want robotic shoulders from the future, hulking, metallic shoulders with knives and lasers and bullets coming out of it like a tornado. People will see me and think I'm the apocalypse. On the serving line. You scoop soupy refried beans onto white foam trays, plopping the sludge into the little rectangle, plopping the tray on the counter as Boy Scouts pass by. Some say hi, some say they don't want beans, some stay silent. Today, Mike's there, your favorite boss, the manager who lets you listen to the radio. Ever since you switched to dinners about a month ago, things have been better. A woman a little younger than you, a lady in a dress, comes through the line, and you don't know what she's doing here with all these Boy Scouts. You look at her body a little longer than you should. You want to give her another scoop of beans, or better yet, a piece of cake from the back. But you know you shouldn't. You've been warned about sexual harassment. She asks if there's any meat in the beans. You say no and wonder if she's a vegetarian. You scoop the beans onto her tray, taking care not to let the beans spill over the little walls of the rectangular compartment on the white foam tray. She moves on, you never see her again, and you're still scooping beans. On the internet. Get on the internet and click on whatever. Type in cool stuff, or funny stuff, or crazy stuff. Click on whatever you want and keep clicking and clicking and clicking, and you'll see pets dressed up like people. You'll play games with strangers. You'll keep clicking, and eventually you'll see people die in real life. To the Unchurched. To the unchurched, this may sound odd, but Jesus was fully man and fully God. Someday, maybe soon, your friends will be gone. Friends come and go, like the dusk and the dawn. Your father will leave too, and your mother, your children, your sister, and your brother. It doesn't matter how healthy they are. Life is short. like the flash of a falling star. And I know you already know about death, that someday everyone takes a last breath. I just think that you don't think about it much. I've heard people say religion's a crutch, something that helps me cope with a cruel world, something to tell kids when their dying pets curl. But is there anything wrong with crutches? And why mock those who fear Satan's clutches? Here's all I really want to say to you. In the Acts of the Apostles, chapter 2, verse 38, St. Peter says, "Repent." And the Catechism of the Council of Trent is a book I wish everyone would read. Have you tried professing the Nicene Creed? Anyway, thanks for listening to me preach. My kitchen is full of fruit. Want a peach? How to be an employee. Clock in on time. Don't get distracted by windows. Don't get distracted by your phone. Don't get distracted by your thoughts. Think about work or don't think at all. Clock out on time. Smile. Don't get sick. Don't get tired. Don't get weak unless you're off the clock. Return to full capacity before your next shift. Perform all tasks with speed. Perform all tasks with accuracy. Perform all tasks exactly according to the instructions which have been revealed to you by the management. Do not deviate from the instructions. Every minute you must strive to be the ideal employee, the embodiment of the instructions made flesh. Know that someday you will be replaced by someone stronger, smarter, younger, prettier, healthier, or in some facet more pleasing to the management. Perhaps you will be replaced by a machine. When the replacement occurs, smile. Know that your replacement is for the good of the company. And to teach them their proper places, I put smiles on their faces. At first, I was doing nothing, but then I started to doodle chaotic squiggles, zigzags, lines, simple organisms without spines, jiggling and spreading all over the place, but really going nowhere. I tapped my pen 3 times, and eyeballs popped up in a blank space. A small circle appeared, signifying a nose. And now I draw a line, a mouth, curved into a smile. I pause to peer into the black dot eyes. Despite their roughness, their disproportionate size, those eyes look desperately to the skies and catch a blurry vision of me. Now the doodle speaks. Thank you for drawing my eyes, so I may behold you, my maker. Finally I see the one who wields both pen and paper. Now he says, I'm bored. And you drew me all wrong. I would have preferred non-existence. There's nothing I can say to him now. And anyhow, I'm busy breathing life into the nostrils of 1,000,000 more faces. Each face has a smile. This is my attempt to communicate, to give to them something innate, to let them know that joy is their rightful state. Another Monday driving to work. I feel like a child on his birthday. His 7th birthday, in fact, when his father gave him a shovel wrapped in business section newspaper, and nobody came to his party except for his mom, who put too much salt in the cake. So he swallowed forkful after forkful of thick blue frosting and then puked. That's how I feel right now. Blue out there. The Palo Verde tree. The ground. The driveway. Tire marks. An oil stain definitely resembling something important. A feeling you once had when you were young. The slope of cement and the street meets the driveway. Bright, bright blue out there. Way up there. Move your hand around. Move each finger. Make circles in the air. Look at your hand as it moves. The sky responds to your motions just a little bit. You are a source of action. You possess willpower. Are you guys buying or renting? Have you met the new neighbors? I don't know, they seem pretty quiet. Hey, did you hear they get the trash now on Thursdays? Yeah, they just changed it. I just saw the email a little bit ago. Wow, look at all that yellow stuff everywhere. I guess it's that time of year again when the Palo Verde trees drop all that yellow stuff everywhere. And a lizard scuttles up the gate. You eat a burrito. And it's a good burrito. The same sort of burrito you used to eat. Remember? If you don't remember, that's okay. Don't worry about it. You drink some water. The sun goes down. Cavity protection. On this tube of toothpaste, it says cavity protection. Surely what it means is protection from cavities, i.e., the proper use of this squishy stuff prevents cavity formation. It's the only explanation. Surely it can't mean cavities will be protected, that somehow, perhaps, the application of this aqua paste protects tiny sugar caves from probing dental tools. But the more I think about it, the more cavity protection must mean that this toothpaste will protect cavities, perhaps even foster the prowess of cavities. The grammar checks out. This toothpaste is a bouncer at a dank bar for cavities. It lets the sugar walk right in, no problem, but it roughs up the other stuff. Whatever kind of stuff is a threat to cavities, like maybe kale. I think kale is good for your teeth. I think kale is supposed to be good for everything. Yeah, so this toothpaste probably beats up kale. What kind of masochist would buy this stuff? Does the American Dental Association know that Colgate is working for the other team? Really, I don't know why some people can't communicate clearly, especially people who get paid to put words on tubes of toothpaste. So maybe I'll write a letter to the editor because somebody should really do something about this. Good directions. Get on the freeway, head north. It's probably 100 miles from where you live. Exit on Peach. Keep going till the road turns to dirt. Past the old sawmill, The road kind of curves, goes over a steep hill, and then you'll see the little brown house and maybe a few dogs. You can park in the back or wherever. No one lives there now, but the road should still be good. And then you can get the fruit. Enter the musician, singing, shaking that tambourine, slapping it against her hip, closing her eyes, dipping down, rising up, dipping down, rising up. Her mouth meets the microphone to moan out these miracles, and I stand there and sway and sway and sway and sway. Soul expansion. And what I'm doing here is traveling around. That's all I'm doing. That's it. Sometimes circling around in a big truck with a bitter, broken man at the wheel, and I never want to see him again. Getting my ticket, getting on the bus. And other times I walk around and I pack raisins and crackers and a couple of cans of tuna in my backpack so I can have lunch later on, and that's it. And off the road a ways, I get sleepy, but I feel like walking. Going to the trees, going to the plains, the rivers, the uncultivated lands where nobody goes, to the one spot where nobody stood, except the daughter of an Indian chief 1,000 years ago, and ghosts, who wander the earth, smelling trees, feeling the leaves, smelling trees, feeling the leaves. Wild, wild. Opening gates, becoming a stranger, talking with criminals by campfires, getting by, eating this, drinking that, sleeping there, stretching, picking up, moving on again, fighting, a bloody lip, a jaw bashed on a rock, heat drilling the peak of my scalp in the middle of the desert so hot I can't even lay on the ground. But one thing's for sure. I'm gonna slam this rusty railroad spike straight into the chest of any government goon who tries to take my baby away. I've got a baby in my arms. I'm swaying to soothe her, kneeling in the shade of a saguaro that's bursting with everlasting loving kindness. This baby will be a musician. Food for the soil. When we look at the elderly in economic terms, we must say that they're less valuable than worms. Worms pull their weight. Worms don't shirk. They know their place, and they work. And when a worm is stiff, rolled up in a coil, it works again, offering itself as food for the soil. And gears do their work, and chains and rivets and wires. The sight of machines in the midst of work inspires the communists as well as the cold-hearted capitalists. Never mind the geezer's religion, his heart, his stories. We can't squeeze a penny out of any former glories. The old sick people better hurry up and die. Ask the economically minded if you want to know why. Are you contemplating suicide? If you're reading this, you must be alive. That's a step in the right direction. Don't do it. Whatever I can say to you to stop you from killing yourself, I'm going to say it. If compliments help, I'll give them. Your hair is fantastic. Your stories are important. You are worthy of love. If jokes help, I'll tell them. What's brown and sticky? A stick. Did you hear about the new restaurant on the moon? Customers are saying the food's great, but the atmosphere is terrible. 3 cannibals were eating a clown. One says, "Does this taste funny to you?" Did you know that elephants do this weird thing? Once a month, they spread their food around on a boulder before they eat. Yeah. So, a boulder is the periodic table of the elephants. Did you hear about the little Irish boy who pretended to have leprosy so he could skip school? He fooled his mom, but the whole thing turned out to be a leprechaun. If a Bible verse helps, I'll quote it. Do you not know that you are the temple of God, and that the Spirit of God dwells in you? If anyone destroys God's temple, God will destroy that person. For the temple of God, which you are, is holy. That means if you kill yourself, you might go to hell. If songs help, I'll recommend them. Everybody Hurts by R.E.M. Blood on the Tracks by Bob Dylan. The whole album. Just listen to the whole album. Please, you just gotta listen to the whole album at least once before you die. Or try the blues. Maybe something with a banjo. Or try anything. Try Chance of Deliverance by Floriani. Look, stranger, fellow human, maybe someday things will be different. Maybe someday you'll make something beautiful. Maybe someday, out of the blue, the love of God will descend upon you. You'll experience joy, warmth, gratitude, and you'll feel like somebody new. If poetry helps, go read some. Something better than this poem, which is basically just prose arranged to look like a poem. But I don't care, because all I'm trying to do is to stop you from doing something that you'll regret in the afterlife. Have you tried Charles Bukowski? Try Alone with Everybody. Try You Get So Alone at Times That It Just Makes Sense. If nothing I've said helps, at least write a good suicide note. Make it a good long suicide note. Make it a suicide manifesto. Make it a suicide novel. Make it beautiful. Ask somebody, anybody, to read it before you actually kill yourself. Ho hum humdrum yum yum. Ho hum humdrum, another boring day has come. I'm thinking about beef jerky, and now I want some. Okay, now I'm eating it. Yum 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 yum. This beef jerky makes me say yum yum. It's spicy, which I guess is a little bit exciting. But the excitement lasts for maybe 5 seconds, and then I'm bored again. And now there's a rabbit over there by that tree. But it's a boring rabbit, and it's a boring tree. The rabbit looks as bored with life as I am. It doesn't bother me when they call me a bum. It's actually an accurate description. What else would you call a guy who lurks around campgrounds, stealing snacks from backpacks? Homebody. I don't want to go to Rome, Australia, or even Tennessee. Life's a little dull at home, but that's all right with me. I want to sit in my same old chair, lay down in my same old bed, stand on the porch and stare as the sunset turns the sky red. Go without me, Betsy. I'll help pack. Have fun, mail a card or two, and whenever you get back, I'll fix you some venison stew. School these days. They teach kids what photosynthesis is for the sole purpose of passing a quiz. But who really cares about photosynthesis? Does defining words like that lead to bliss? Unenlightened school kids have it worse than plants. All those poor school kids never have a chance to transform sunlight into nutrition or receive the rites of sacred tradition. At least not while they're in school these days. Unschooled plants, though, in mysterious ways, stretch their green bodies to receive the light, a light which soothes them all through the night. School kids have no answer when somebody dies, but deep inside plants are light-fueled lullabies. When I get away from the suburban street. When I get away from the suburban street, miles away from the structure called home, away from electrical wires, concrete, places made with metal, plastic, styrofoam, away from electronic devices that buzz like a swarm of ferocious bees, away from merchandise that entices my fellow man to get down on his knees and offer the pantheon of neon gods the sacrifice of tradition and brains. When I flee far from businessmen's frauds and fall at last in the arms of the plains, the wind reminds me that I have a soul. Jesus Christ loves me. Heaven is my goal. To the person who gave me a scholarship. 9 years ago, I wrote a 1,000-word essay extolling the virtues of formal education, sealed a manila envelope, and mailed it away. You probably don't remember my application. I said I was going to be an English teacher. I said I was going to dazzle my students with the beauty of British literature and the logic of a diagrammed sentence. And you were philanthropic, or maybe drinking beer. In any case, whoever you are, you gave me money. Turns out I only taught school for 1 single year. A year of darkness, failure, hatred. Isn't that funny? Now I work the night shift at a blue-collar job. I make auto parts, and I don't care too much for school. Back then I went by Robert, but now I go by Bob. In my spare time, I bake. Those school kids were cruel. I'm sorry. You cast your bread upon the water, which was nice, but it did not return to you again. I gobbled your bread thoughtlessly, like an otter, a freeloading otter, who floats away and swims. Time for a burrito. Tonight I looked at the sky, which I can't avoid doing whenever I'm outside in the front yard or wherever, because the sky is always up there, right in my face. But tonight I looked at the sky a little longer than usual. I even sat down on my bench to look at the sky tonight. I only went out to check the mail, which ended up being less than desirable. Let me tell you, it was a bad experience. All I got were slick papers trying to sell me 1,000 channels of cable TV and pizza. Sometimes I don't even know why I have a mailbox. Well, it came with the house. But there was something about the sun tonight, sinking behind the rooftops, sending up rays, making brush strokes against the clouds. So I looked. The ripples of sunlight went on and on and on. They were silent and stretching in slow motion, alive. The entire sky unfolded itself to me, and it was as beautiful as a grapefruit, sliced open, red, dripping juice. So I sat on my bench, looking skyward, and I was just about to proclaim my love for the earth and my love for humanity, and I was going to say something about an inner collective light that guides everybody upward and onward and upward and onward to some celestial destination full of light and love. But then this punk in an ugly car drives up, right into my street, right onto crested Saguaro Lane, which I was assured was free of punks like him when I moved into this neighborhood. He's got the windows rolled down, and out comes this awful rap, and the boof, 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 boof from a subwoofer that boofs the whole neighborhood. And he stops right there in the street and parks there for a full minute, and he shoots me a look that says, "What you gonna do about it, old man?" So I shoot him a look back that says, "I'm only 42. And I wish I could somehow blast some Bob Dylan so we can hear some actual music. But before I can set up giant speakers in my front yard, he's gone. I don't even have giant speakers anyway. At this point, all the pretty sunsets in the world won't settle me down. Now I'm inside my house with the doors locked. My head's in the fridge. I've got tortillas, beans, cheese, tomatoes, jalapenos, and sour cream. You know what that means, don't you? It's time for a burrito. Merzazzabam. The Grand Merzazzabam is the eldest Merzazzabam in the Lamb Wasket school of snozzery. He alone presides over all Snozzawall proceedings, ensuring the drops of dwazzle are properly dispensed. 3 drops into the cup of each plopper. If the Grand Merzazzabam is absent or in any manner swoggled, the dwazzle may not be dispensed, no matter how much the ploppers can tankerize, until the dawn following the completion of the ceremony of the dwazzle drought, and the Grand Merzazzabam returns to grip again his gripping stick. Thus, all ploppers must understand the importance of pleasing the Grand Merzazzabam.
so his presence may be retained, and his gripping may remain gargantuan, and the distribution of dwazzle be unrestrained. Prickly Pear. If you cut off a paddle and stick it in the ground, it'll grow into another prickly pear. See that little one over there? When I moved here, there was nothing there, just dirt and small rocks. Well, a few years ago, this big prickly pear sprouted out another branch, another section, a baby paddle off by itself, climbing skyward from a root that crawled along the surface of the ground. It grew about a foot away from the main thrust of the plant, so it looked out of place. It wasn't out of place, I only thought it looked out of place. I believe that when a cactus sends forth another paddle into the air, however unsightly the paddle may be, the cactus knows what it's doing. In silence it knows where the growth is good, and it grows and it grows and it grows. It's the same way with trees. Why do people think pruning is a necessity? There's one thing I wish arborists would admit, and I know that they know it. Trees take care of themselves, and if they don't, they die. And that's completely fine, because maybe they go to tree heaven, where everything in general is breezy. And if trees don't go to tree heaven, maybe they go to tree oblivion, where everything in general is misty, and nothing feels anything, because nothing exists, nothing except for the dark gray mists. In fact, if trees don't go to tree heaven, they must go to tree oblivion. Those are the only two options. There's no such thing as tree hell. Why put trees on life support? It's the same way with hunting. Some hunters fancy themselves caretakers of a delicate balance of animal populations. But would the ecosystem of the continent collapse if all the hunters stayed home? Overpopulation eventually works itself out. But it's really no use arguing this sort of thing. Proponents of tree trimming and landscaping have won, just like the proponents of shoes have won. And now we think it's normal and even noble to subject our plants to surgeries and to purchase vegetation from nurseries. And I have to please the Homeowners Association, and so a few years ago, I thought the new growth on my big prickly pear looked out of place, and I think that I still think that. And I wanted a circle of white quartz rocks around the base of my prickly pear. And let's not think about all this too hard. I'm the landowner. This is my yard. A man can do what he wants with his own darn cactus. So I cut that baby paddle out of the ground and carried it way over there with a pair of kitchen tongs. Scooted some gravel up against it so it would stand up. I splashed it only once with a cup of water and said, "I don't care if you die." And now look at that prickly pear. Look how big it is. I think it looks good. I think it looks really good. What do you think? Do you like it? Whether you like the way it looks or not, you have to respect it for hanging on through the heat of summer, the shortage of water, the chill of winter, and a lifetime of isolation. Actually, you don't have to respect it. Maybe you don't respect cactus at all. But I do believe that the thing within you that clings to life is a friend of the thing within the prickly pear
that likewise clings to life. We are a lot like this little prickly pear, cut off from bigger and older versions of ourselves, planted in far-off places, and our hearts keep thumping, thump, 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 whether we want them to or not. And for the purpose of survival, we grow thorns, and we soak up every raindrop that falls upon us, and we let the water do its work. And we soak up every sun ray that falls upon us, and we let the sunlight do its work. See the fruit on this prickly pear? The deep red bulbs on top, popping out from the green paddles. You can eat the fruit of a prickly pear. Not many people do, but I have twice. Once when I was a kid, we had just moved from Northern California to Southern Arizona. I didn't know what cactus was, but I went to school one day and I heard the teacher say, "You can eat the fruit of a prickly pear." So I went home and told my mom, "You can eat the fruit of a prickly pear." So I went out there and whacked the fruit with a stick, and they tumbled to the ground. I put on gloves and picked up the fruit, but the stickers penetrated the gloves, and I got tiny stickers in my fingertips. 3 hours later, my mom brought me toast, spread with prickly pear jelly. I tasted it, and she asked me if I liked it. I said, yeah. And she said, good, enjoy it, because I'm never making it again. My fingers are full of stickers. And the other time I ate prickly pear fruit was maybe a year ago, when I dabbled in local food. I got the fruit from this prickly pear right here. How much more local can food get? It was pretty good. I don't know why I don't eat prickly pear fruit more often. I let so much of it go to waste. Most of your midlife is spent sleeping and working and working and sleeping, getting ready for work, getting ready for sleep, waiting in lines, filling out paperwork, and waiting in lines for the purpose of filling out paperwork, and filling out paperwork for the purpose of waiting in lines. But it's okay. Sometimes they show you a good movie, and sometimes you get a peanut butter smoothie. Monkeys headed to Mars. I skimmed a couple of articles on the internet and looked at pictures too, just to see what's new. Did you hear? The Russians are training monkeys. Really? The Russians are training monkeys. It sounds crazy, but really, the monkeys are learning how to use joysticks. They dress them up like cosmonauts. It's kind of funny. It passes the time, reading the article, looking at the pictures, They're getting the monkeys ready to fly all the way to Mars in 2027, so I have something to look forward to. People who find themselves frowning should look at the monkeys. It feels good to be alive right now. The Russians are really doing it. What better way to demonstrate our dominance over animals, space, dirt? What better way to demonstrate our 21st century prowess? What better way to roar than to dress monkeys up like cosmonauts and then blast them off to Mars? And man, I remember when Neil Armstrong got off the lunar module on July 20th, 1969, and he put his space boot on the moon. He stepped off that little metal ladder coming out of the spaceship and he inhaled oxygen from a metal backpack hooked up to his spacesuit, and Buzz Aldrin was there too. And really, we were all there. All of us. I was there. You were there. On the moon. Taking that step off the ladder with Neil Armstrong. Because remember what he said? That's one small step for a man, one giant leap for mankind. And God was there too, on the moon. Somehow God must have been there, nodding in approval of space exploration, concurrently noticing the fall of a sparrow. Which is weird, because in Genesis chapter 11, verses 1 through 9, God topples the Tower of Babel because it's so tall that the people might find a shortcut to heaven. So heaven must be really high in the sky. So it seems to me that a consistent God would have sabotaged the Apollo 11 mission right from the get-go. Right when NASA said, 3, 2, 1, we have liftoff. That's when God would have said, 3, 2, 1, let there be death. Because that rocket increased its altitude way more than the Tower of Babel ever did. Maybe the moon landing was fake anyway. And why should I care if monkeys go to Mars? I'll never meet the monkeys. And I kind of feel bad for the monkeys. And I'll never see Mars because I don't have a telescope. And I don't even want a telescope. I want a grilled ham and cheese sandwich and a glass of orange juice because I feel like it's been a really long time since I've had a glass of orange juice. But if I did somehow see Mars, all I'd probably see from my spot of Earth is a plain little speck of light. I've seen check engine lights prettier than Mars. And the monkeys won't appreciate their place in history or appreciate their place in space. And they won't feel proud to be Russian because they're not really Russian anyway. Just like bald eagles have no idea what America is. All the blasted monkeys are going to feel is claustrophobic and invisible space radiation seeping into their brains. But now I might click on some other article that's about the economy, and I'm trying not to look at a woman in a red bikini. Some photoshopped woman who's being used to try to get men like me to go on a cruise. In hell, there's a demon that puts a claw deep down your throat and makes you taste the blood. In heaven, God sits on a throne. Nobody's alone. Everybody sings. The angels have wings. Splendor increases. Love never ceases. Streets are made of gold. We won't get sick or old. I believe all of that, though I don't even know where exactly heaven is at. But once, I think I almost got there, after about 3 hours spent in prayer. Songs are better than journals. Sometimes I languish when I look at the shelf, the one that holds my journals, all about myself. There are so many of them. There are 17, going from 2001 to 2014. They're boring. No one will ever read them. They're boring. Not even I will read them. They're boring. Why do they have to be so long? They're boring. I should have written a song. Well, maybe a grandson will read them a bit. Some lazy, unusual boy. Some misfit. But he'd probably only skim, looking for the sex. Songs are better than journals. It's not complex. Songs wage war on isolation, irrelevance, obscurity. All we have to do is sing Upon the Cross of Calvary or Faith of Our Fathers to expose the absurdity of the author's sole possession of intellectual property. The way I sing, those songs are my songs too. The lyrics are the best words I can offer to you. A Thursday in April 2017. I had the whole day off of work, so I woke up, made pancakes, ate the pancakes, ate an orange and drank water. That was my breakfast. Drove my oldest daughter to school, drove back home, walked to the park with my other two daughters who were still too little for school. Grass, birds, trees, a playground, the breeze, a good temperature. My daughters stuck twigs into the sand. Went home, cleaned. I did a lot of other things today that weren't particularly interesting, and I probably shouldn't leave my wife out of this poem, so her name is Erin, and I love her. Hi, honey. Smooches. And as I sit here in the driveway, approaching the close of another day, watching my three daughters play, I am content. I know the perfect thing to say. Thank you, God. Today was full of meaning. Today was a day of peace. A neglected geometry textbook speaks. I have a circle inside me. Would you like to find its diameter? I have a rectangle inside me. Why don't you discover its perimeter? I have a triangle inside me. Don't you want to find some new areas? Cones, cubes, spheres, cylinders, trapezoids, cardioids, deltoids, polygons, hexagons, pentagons, octagons, and rhombi are spangled throughout my 437 virginal pages. Oh, gaze upon me now. Oh, touch me now. Oh, open me now. Get out your pencil. Scribble, scribble, scribble. Location, location, location. Sylvia was raised in a big city and initially considered it a pity when the man she married convinced her to move out, way out into the wilderness, where a river was her only neighbor and rocks were her only friends. Each lonely night she dreamed of the city she'd left behind, with its neon lights blinking and beaming, the tall brick buildings towering above her, beckoning her, opening their dark doors. She walked through those portals, woke up, and cried. But as the days went on, she began to hear the countryside's song, and her dreams began to brighten. One night, under the influence of stars, Sylvia looked down at her arms, pushing a shopping cart full of pine cones. The next night, a taxi driver, a raccoon, drove her to a mountain and told her to get out. The third night, she stepped off a sidewalk and stumbled into an icy stream. At dawn, she shook from her sleep, surprised to find her feet dry. That morning, Sylvia looked at her new home, and for the first time understood why Moses had to be on that mountain, alone and barefoot, when God spoke to him from the burning bush. Lots of cars. There's a car in front of me that's been there for a while. I'm on the Interstate 10, headed home, and the truck to my left sure is tall. It's afternoon, and there are lots of cars. Now and then there are signs of the desert, a saguaro or two peeking, a tumbleweed in the median. Mostly, though, it's city. I'm not against modern transportation. I'm not against modern civilization. I like to hear men talk about engine sizes, and when my ribs feel the rumble of semi-trucks passing by, I'm compelled to acknowledge the power of all that metal, gas, grease, rubber, plastic, oil, well organized. The people get from point A to point B, and the freight gets moved from point A to point B. There's no evil in that. And those buildings I see, the giant ones that stand above the cinder block walls, those buildings were built straight out of the ground by dark, sweaty men yelling in Spanish, wearing tool belts and harnesses, sparks flying from the hands of welders, forklifts, cranes, cement trucks, flatbed trucks, pickup trucks, pallets of bricks, I-beams, porta-potties, black puffs of exhaust, and fog made of dust. I would admire the buildings longer if I wasn't driving. I want to go camping. I can't explain why. It makes no sense. Why do people want to be cold in the middle of the forest at night? Why do people do it? Our ancestors wore out their lives just to put Phoenix, Arizona on the map, and now I want to leave it all? It's warmer in my house, and safer in my house, and there are no bears. I brake as the traffic thickens. The right amount of pity. I drove over 100 miles today, on the way from Santan Valley to Payson. I make this trip a lot, so I know the way without getting directions from my phone. I drove on Ocotillo, Ironwood, the 60, the 202 North, aka the Red Mountain Freeway, got in the right lane, exited on University, left on Ellsworth, kept going all the way until Ellsworth became Usury Pass Road, and then it was Bush Highway and the B line, a left on Longhorn, down a dirt road. I parked at last by a ponderosa pine. This is where I'll sleep tonight, in a tent. I drove and drove and drove because the wilderness called me, so I went. I knew where refreshment was. Here I'm like a housebroken dog returning to the wild. Here I'm like a big feathered bird free from the city. Nature is rightly called mother. I am its child. Here I have the perfect balance of disregard and pity. Why should I care if the art class gets cut? No, I will not buy a t-shirt, a pencil, or a muffin from some school kid looking like a ragamuffin. And no, I will not pay $15 for a magazine sold by an ignorant, misguided, pompous teen. Why are you peddling the latest incarnation of the Daily Worker? Don't you know that magazine glamorizes the shirker? I don't want that magazine. I don't like that magazine. Oh, you think that I might like that magazine? No, I hate that magazine. It ought to be burned. Why are you even going to school? What have you learned? Just a bunch of communism? I bet you're a communist. I demand to be instantly removed from your contact list. And by the way, you're trespassing on private property. But I guess you don't even believe in private property because you're trying to sell that communist propaganda to old men like me who just want to whittle on a veranda. I happen to know Mrs. Critchley personally. She's the hippie art teacher who teaches art, supposedly. And I say supposedly because the art she teaches looks like something barfed up by a bunch of leeches. Her eyes burn bright with a violent red, that communist. That whole school's ran by a pack of communists. They're trying to turn all the kids into communists. All the public schools are teeming with communists. Wait, please, don't leave. Wait, where are you going? There's something you need to know before you're done growing. Maybe I'll buy your muffin. Do you have a chocolate one? Let me just yell a little more and then I'll be done. No, I'm not against art. How could I be against art? You think I'm against art? Ha! I may as well be against rivers. Speaking of art and speaking of rivers, I know a lot of similes. So why don't you stay here and listen to me? Please? Art, like a river, gushes through gulags, killing the communists. Art, like a river, gathers strength from the rain and the mists. Art, like a river, rises beyond her banks and engulfs a city, drowning ugly idols to make room for something pretty. Art, like a river, sets beauty on her rightful throne. Art, like a river, guides the lonesome traveler home. Art, like a river, gives life and love generously as it flows, refreshing the weary from their heads to their toes. Let the school kids learn a lesson from Elizabeth Cotton. She was an artist. An artist! Don't let that be forgotten. She heard a train chugging through her North Carolina town, wrote down some lyrics when nobody was around, made some new music with a banjo she borrowed, music to soothe her when she was crippled with sorrow. Let me tell you, young man, she'd pick at that thing, and people would run for miles just to hear her sing. The Immensity of Operations. Greg gets an important phone call about the job at the supermarket, up the road, around the corner, and he got the job. Greg puts the cans in the bag, and the cans are already in the bag, and the boy will put the cans in the bag. And another boy gets no phone call from a girl, from a friend, from a turtle. At the moment when the phone does not ring, and no one touches it, and no one looks at it. Nobody knows who might have called, what might have been. Nobody knows. Nobody knows but Jesus, our Lord, the Savior, Jesus Christ. Praise him. Praise him. Let all creation praise him, who possesses and uses the capacity to see all phones in an ever-occurring glance. All phones, all internal organs, all shoes, all tongues, all penguins, all boys, all tectonic plates, all gladiators, all microchips, all rainstorms, Greg and Nancy's cabin in southeastern Colorado. The lonely. Some are easy to spot. See that one? She's sitting alone in the high school cafeteria, eating a little too slowly. Look, there's another one. He's meandering around downtown by himself, stopping and staring into windows, trying to look interested in clothes or antiques or books, so the other people on the sidewalk will think that all he wants tonight is clothes or antiques or books. Sometimes you'll only see their heads, the heads of teenage boys or the heads of old women when they appear in the windows of houses. Notice their eyes. The eyes in the faces of the lonely rarely look into somebody else's eyes. The eyes, in fact, almost never look at anything that can respond with love or violence. Their eyes look at the air. And look at the old folks in the old folks' home. But some lonely people are harder to spot. They hide in large groups, say things, and are very agreeable. Sunglasses. When you and I wear sunglasses, we see through dark glasses, darkly. And we can't see all of our faces, because parts of our faces, our soul windows, are blocked by these big black ovals we've got on. And it's really nice. It's really soothing. Sunglasses are like world dimmer switches, except there are only two settings, on and off. The on setting cuts sun-blasting rays from ouch bright levels to mellow yellow mood levels. Hey, this feels pretty good. It's like we're inside Plato's myth of the cave, except it's not a myth. We're really in a cave. Everything we see is a sweet and comfortable shadow. But we don't even know that they're shadows. We think that all the things we see are really actually all the actual things. The mugs we hold in our hands are shadows. The first people we ever kissed are shadows. Even our shadows are mere shadows of shadows. And the dim, dim shadow bats flap their shadowy wings. The offsetting is just too intense. Don't even think about switching to it. We'd have to squint just to survive. Paper plates. Ever since my divorce, most nights after work, I go back to my place and fix dinner. Hot dogs, soup from a can, chips, something easy, something that doesn't make much of a mess. Frozen burritos. Yeah, a lot of times it's frozen burritos, or some other cold food that comes in a plastic package. And I turn the TV on and I keep it on. The news, sports, commercials. Whatever it is, there's noise, and I eat. And I bought a big stack of paper plates because I don't ever want to have to do the dishes again. And because I like the way paper plates are unashamed of their disposable nature. And the TV's on, and I hold my phone in my hand, and I scroll through real estate, acreage, empty land, pictures of homes, prices, blurbs, houses in the city, houses in the suburbs. But I don't have the money for any of it, and there's nowhere I can go to escape the memory of her. Lava lipstick. When I was a kid, I ate a lot of tortilla chips with sour cream, nacho cheese, and bean dips. And I loved jalapeno pepper chunks on hot dogs and salty crackers with big cheese logs and tuna nuna with lots of lemon and buttery toast with sugar and cinnamon. And I ate corn on the cob and tomatoes. And another thing I ate was potatoes. Mostly it was the big brown dusty ones. I ate them with butter and salt and onions. I ate all that food and called it a feast. And I played a video game called Altered Beasts. In that game, you were a big strong guy, and you beat people up. I don't remember why. It was just punching people and kicking people and squeezing people and body slamming people. You just beat people up and walked around. And sometimes there was meat on the ground. Solitary turkey legs that kind of glowed, just laying there in the middle of the road. And as you ate them, it increased your heart power. Like how in Super Mario, when you eat a flower, a red glowing flower that grows from a brick, eating that flower is like applying lava lipstick. That's when Mario breathes out bouncing balls of fire and sings along with a flaming invisible choir. A choir whose music puts all the bad guys to death. It confronts the Koopas and removes their breath. I wanted my heart power to keep on improving, and the purpose of Altered Beasts is to keep on moving. So I remember grabbing that turkey leg and eating it. And there was another video game called Ninja Spirit. And in that one, you were a guy who did karate, with black clothes covering your entire body, and beating people up all over the screen. So that's how I spent a lot of my life as a teen. I wish I had some of that lava lipstick right now. People would look at me and say, wow, instead of doing what they normally do, which is merely chit-chat for a minute or two. And I don't mind a little friendly chit-chat. In fact, I like chit-chatting and nice stuff like that. But lava lipstick would be so much more exciting. And so would eating a glowing turkey leg and then fighting. And hey, I just want to say, thanks for listening, even though my lips aren't lava-like or glistening. Because for some crazy reason, I believe my memories and opinions are important. I once met a lady named Wanda. I once met a lady named Wanda who was eating some ashwagandha. I asked, "Is that yummy?" She said, "It gurgles my tummy, but this supplement's making me stronger." The following day I saw Wanda squeezing an anaconda. She defeated the snake, drank a victory shake, and said, "My secret is ashwagandha." I forgot to tell you that Wanda had beautiful hair that was blonda. The sight of her tresses tickling her dresses was worth more than the gross domestic product of Rwanda. So I wrote a love letter to Wanda, but alas, she didn't responda. Does she know I exist? Should I cease and desist? These questions I'll endlessly ponder. Rhomberific. I hate it when people use the word rhomberific to describe something that's obviously not rhomberific, like triangles in general, or a particular triangle in specific. Because there's simply no way triangles can be rhomberific. Rhomberific, by definition, can only apply to rhombi. The other day, I was at the park, and there was this crazy guy, and I was just sitting there trying to enjoy the sky. And the sky was a cornucopia of cloudy rhombi. And the guy walked over and he looked at me and he said hi. At first, he seemed agreeable. In fact, he seemed terrific. And he said he did a lot of stuff that was scientific, like experimenting with ocean water that was vaporific, and going on an expedition to the South Pacific. But I soon found out that the guy was totally sick, because then he tries to tell me that his dog was rhomberific. I said, "Your dog's not a rhombus, therefore he's not rhomberific." And he said, "Well, maybe Scruffles is just a little bit rhomberific." And I said, "No, Scruffles isn't even a little bit rhomberific. How many times do I have to define rhomberific? It means, and I quote, having the qualities of a rhombus. Even if the outline of your dog's body roughly makes a rhombus when he curls up on the ground, he's still not rhomberific. Only the outline of his body is possibly rhomberific, but the dog itself is definitely not rhomberific, because rhombi, and only rhombi, can be rhomberific." But he didn't want to listen to me because he was crazy. So then I left the whole park because he was so crazy. And I don't know why everyone has to be so crazy. But maybe when people misuse words, I ought to have more sympathy. Because maybe that guy in the park was just trying to impress me. I myself have used big words, even though I didn't know what they meant. And I wasn't being deceitful. I was being
phosphorescent.
Stuff that nobody can explain. There's a lot of stuff that nobody can explain. One time I saw a truck get hit by a train. Not in real life. It was on a video. I remember I saw it a long time ago. A truck got stuck on the tracks somehow, and then a train came along and kapow! It's crazy, man. It's totally crazy, man. That video, man, it's just crazy, man. All you gotta do is type in train versus truck. Or hey, you wanna watch a video of a duck? A yellow duck just swimming around? That's another crazy video that I found when I was just doing nothing one day, just sitting around in the Milky Way. It's one of those videos that helps people relax. They just watch it forever. Sometimes the duck quacks. It's a yellow duck on a pond, swimming and swimming, all day long, and the sunlight starts dimming. That video goes on for 7 hours. It's just the duck and the pond and some flowers. So I put it on a playback speed that was really fast. Everything is so crazy. Everything is so vast. The Milky Way galaxy moves around like bread dough. A big blob of bread dough that rises really slow. And if you look at the sky at night, you'll see all the stars. And if you look at the freeway, you'll see all the cars. To Aaron Bird, my wife. Thanks for all the good things you have done and you have said. Thanks for sharing the blanket when it's time to go to bed. Thanks for bringing warmth into this small, cold house. Thanks for being my friend, and thanks for being my spouse. Poem to accompany a Christmas card, 2010. Dear beloved relatives, family, and friends, again we address you as another year ends. We hope you are feeling the Christmas-time cheer that fills up our hearts this blessed time of year. It seems most fitting to tell you our news, happy adventures, as well as our blues. Ben's teaching job caused him much grief, but a change in career brought welcome relief. When once he was miserable, suffering in school, now he makes movie screens. It's really cool. He coats off-white vinyl with silvery paint. Compared to the students, his boss is a saint. Erin's vocation changed drastically too. She told Wells Fargo she was finally through. Now that she's free from the walls of the bank, Chief Executive Mommy is her proper rank. She's wholly familiar with many a chore. Of household civility, she maintains the core. Our baby is cuddly, well-tempered, and neat. Just look at her picture. Isn't she sweet? Pomegranates and cheese are her favorite food. She'll also eat oatmeal if she's in the mood. Her legs are getting strong. She can already walk. And her mind is a smart one. She's starting to talk. With Santan Valley, we're falling in love. Our city is blessed with the peace of a dove. Maybe we'll stay till the days of our death. It's a pretty good place to draw a last breath. But wherever life takes us, wherever we roam, we remember at Christmas that God is our home. What will I do in heaven? I will look at God. God will shine on me. And that's basically all that I'll do for all eternity. A summer afternoon in the Coconino National Forest. All slows. Perhaps I'll drift into a nap here in this forest. But first, I will arrive at conclusions, aided by the swaying of tree branches, aided by inhalations and exhalations, aided by my good health and education. Today is more comfortable and more correct than most of my childhood, when I was dazzled by flashing electric lights, enamored with images of extraterrestrials protruding from television screens, when my desires were unspeakable, when I lacked natural affection. But now, with the help of God, I think I've arrived at this thing called maturity. The sunlight warms my chest. An ant crawls on my leg, moving through my leg hairs, moving upward like a gymnast. I watch him for a minute, then squish him, leaving little black smudges on my thumb and pointer finger. Maybe I shouldn't have squished him. But then again, maybe he shouldn't have been crawling up my shorts. I think I've attained natural affection. Yes, today I possess natural affection. Yes, today I possess natural affection. Thank you, God, for the passing of seasons, for my youth blooming into manhood, for the embarrassments of adolescence dimming like the sunlight at the end of the day. Thank you, God, for my wrinkles, my relaxed face, my relaxed jaw, my relaxed shoulders, and the rest of my body that today doesn't have to work. Today is as good as any bird that flew, and better. Today is better than yesterday and tomorrow. Today is better than any coyote that howled or caught a rabbit. Today is better than any breaching whale. Chatter floats to my mind from the past, muffled, indecipherable chatter, meaning no more to me than the chatter of the birds in this forest as I look at the little valleys, ridges, lines, light, and shadow on the trunk of a ponderosa pine tree. A letter found on the sidewalk, in an envelope, under a small rock. Hello, this letter is to anybody who finds this letter. So if you found this letter, then you can read it. Please read it. I feel like I should tell somebody about my plant. My plant is in my bedroom. I love my plant of the thing I bought. And I will love my plant forever. My plant smells so good. My plant has leaves. Sometimes I dance for my plant. Now my plant is saying hello. That's all my plant is saying, just hello. And now my plant wants me to dance. I'm tired, but howsoever my plant said, my plant wants me to dance now, and that's what my plant said. So howsoever I need to dance for my plant, and forthwith the dance that my plant howsoever wants. My plant wants me to dance again. That's exactly what my plant said. Howsoever my plant said, my plant. He was talking about my plant, himself. My plant was talking about herewith and forthwith. My plant was talking about my plant, because that's just the way my plant talks. My plant likes to make friends. Well, that's what my plant said. My plant likes to make friends. Well, I don't know who my plant's friends are, but I believe my plant is telling me the truth. My plant says his friends are other plants, but the other plants aren't as lovely as my plant. And howsoever it's true that my plant is so lovely, so that's why my plant doesn't let other plants in this room. And howsoever, yes, it's true that I know that my plant said that other plants aren't as lovely as my plant of the thing I bought. My plant has a personality of love, says my plant. Only my plant wants to talk to me anyway. You can't hear my plant when my plant talks. No one can howsoever hear my plant. Only I can hear my plant, and that's okay. Probably everybody has a plant like my plant anyway, forthwith, and probably everybody has a plant that gets angry. Like right now, my plant is ferocious about me telling you about him because he's jealous, and he likes to be alone in my bedroom. And a lot of times he says it's not even my room. He says that it's his room, and he never comes out. And he said very many bad words to me. For example, so many bad words forthwith, so much that I cried. But he just kept saying the bad words. Well, a lot of times, howsoever, and he said, "Don't you ever do that again, or I will be the most meaner than you ever seen in your whole entire life." And a lot of so many bad words. So I have to stay here, and that's how he does not get the most of the upset. Howsoever, I have to kill bugs, like the spiders and the crickets, and I have to kill them because my plant wants them dead first, and my plant likes it better when I kill the bugs in front of my plant. And anyway, that's the only way their spirit power can be unleashed. And even one time, I brought my plant a bug that was already dead, and my plant said, "No!" So I had to kill 5 more bugs right in front of my plant, very close to my plant, within 5 minutes. Within 5 minutes! That's what my plant said, just because I did that bad thing. I wasn't trying to trick my plant, but my plant said that I was trying to trick my plant. So now, if I find a dead bug, I just don't do anything. But if I find an alive bug, then that's when I can take it to my plant and smash it and squish it and pull its legs off and tear off the wings of ladybugs. And I do that right in front of my plant at least once a day. And I'm scared now because maybe I shouldn't be talking with you about him because I love my plant. Yes, I love him. And I wish I could tell someone about my plant of the thing I bought. That's why all I want to say is that I have a good plant and it's a good thing, my plant of the thing I bought. And howsoever, I'm actually the boss of this plant because I am the person who is a person. And if I wasn't in charge, then I, and maybe you also, might probably get the most death. The most death. And I wish I weren't going to destroy this letter about the plant of the thing I bought when I'm finished writing it, but my plant says, destroy that letter. And oh, how I wish I never would have bought him or killed the very first bug. And why did I ever dance for my plant? Ever. And even there was this one time I really do remember, when I was wearing a warm coat and it was so cold in my room because it's better for my plant if it's cold. Well, howsoever, he likes it better when it's very cold. So cold, in fact, that one time when I was the most cold, he said, give your coat to me. And I said, but then I will be cold, and you're the one that wanted it cold. So maybe I should just make it warmer in here just by controlling the temperature with the buttons that control the temperature. And my plant said that I shouldn't touch the buttons. And then he repeated, give your coat to me. And this time it was louder. So loud that howsoever and forthwith I could feel his voice so hard. So I gave my plant my coat, and he wore it, and I shivered and shivered and shivered. And that's the kind of mean things my plant would do to me just for fun. Just for fun, I guess. Well, I don't think it's very fun. But I love my plant. And forthwith, anyway, that's howsoever all. And now I am going to destroy this letter, because remember, my plant said, destroy that letter. Or maybe I will wait until my plant is quiet, and then I will tiptoe, and then I will put this letter on the sidewalk in an envelope under a small rock. Quack Quack. In the original Quacklish. Quack, 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 quack. Quack, 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 quack. My Watery Sorrow. An English translation of Quack Quack. It's not very much fun to be a duck. The days are long, and I am sad. Swimming used to be rejuvenating. There were days when water on my webbed feet was a sensational treat, and sunshine on my glistening duck bill gave me a thrill. Everyone admired my feathers. I was a young duck then, but those days are gone, gone like that lady with the bread. I wish that lady with the bread would return. She was benevolent. The bread gave me indigestion. But so what? It was delicious. 7 fun things to say and sing while spoon feeding a baby. Plus 1 bonus thing. These instructions are intended for right-handed people. Left-handed people may make any modifications that suit them. All of these are performed while holding a spoon in the right hand. The symbol ! Indicates the moment at which the food is placed in the baby's mouth. 1. Put your left fist on the top of your head and extend your middle and pointer fingers, thus suggesting rabbit ears. The rabbit wants to go in his rabbit hole. Make a hopping motion with the spoon. Hippity hoppity, hippity hoppity, ! Boop, he got in his hole. 2. Sway around as if summoning magic energy from the air. I am a witch, and I am going to make this food magically appear in your mouth. Abracadabra, hocus pocus, ! Birdie! Discontinue use if your baby becomes fascinated with witchcraft. 3. Slowly move the spoon toward the baby's mouth. Open up the tunnel, let the train come through. Choo-choo! ! 4. Put your left fist on your forehead. Raise your pointer finger, thus indicating a single horn. The unicorn wants to go in its unicorn cave. Open your mouth. Please be brave! ! 5. I shall shoot the arrow straight into the throat. Draw back your right hand and move it forward quickly, as if shooting an arrow, while making a sound effect such as swoosh! ! 6. The mouth is not opening. I know. I'll use the secret code. Pull the baby's left ear while saying beep. Pull the baby's right ear while saying boop. Wiggle the baby's nose while making any funny sound. ! 7. Move your right hand in a zigzag way, suggesting a swimming fish. I'm a little fishy, I only have one wishy. I want to go into your mouth, and then I want you to squish me! ! Bonus! Move your right hand toward the baby's mouth, making several quick hopping motions. Hop, 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 this frog won't stop! ! Wheat grinding chant, to be recited while using an electric wheat grinder. First you put the wheat kernels in, then you make the button go on. First you put the wheat kernels in, then you make the button go on. And then grinding, smash, smash, smash. Grinding, smash, smash, smash. Grinding, smash, smash, smash. Grinding, smash, smash, smash. The wheat flour goes in the bowl. The flour gets put in the bread. The wheat flour goes in the bowl. The flour gets put in the bread. But first, grinding, grinding, smash, 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 grinding, grinding, smash, 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 grinding, grinding, smash, 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 grinding, grinding, smash, smash, smash. Woof. I saw the best minds of my generation destroyed by progressivism. Well-fed, hysterical, fashionably clothed, who bicycled through college campuses screaming slogans at noonish, who applied for government grants to teach undocumented transients how to make kimchi in public spaces, who crawled through city parks with twigs in their hair, toppling ant monarchies, prophesying the reunification of all ants, who waved rainbow flags, Antifa flags, furry flags, anarchy flags, insisting that deep down we're all flagless, who were bound for Boulder, bound for Berkeley, bound for Wichita, with backpacks packed with nothing but dream catchers, who boarded Greyhounds to Nirvana, abandoning the buses at the whiff of spies from rural Oklahoma, who slept on futons in the apartments of gender-neutral allies, who wandered through Wall Street, pickpocketing in righteousness, who ripped open their wrists and bared their carpal bones to sacred Mother Earth and ancient Father Sky, who inserted wireless earbuds and heard Dark Star by the Grateful Dead, who inserted wireless earbuds and heard the moans and shrieks of a minister's wayward daughter, who inserted wireless earbuds and heard the mighty Lemonberry Squad's 13 B-side harpsichord versions of Ghosts Are the Only One Living, who fabricated certificates of authenticity to accompany the marketing of comic books that contain no comics and are not books, nevertheless asserting that the comic books are transcendental, transcending the binary thinking that makes us believe that something is either a book or not a book, who have arrived at the age of 20-something and 30-something and something-something, who shouted sustainability into the brains of Walmart customers in parking lots and alleyways and comment sections, who volunteered at Planned Parenthood and kind of liked the blood, who chanted "New Urbanism Now!" with marijuana mouths at neo-carnivals, lobbing flower bombs of love onto City Hall and police headquarters, who detonated spray paint bombs that went splat, splat, splat on church walls made of stone, who performed the installations of art installations, of constellations of art installations that perform, who telemicrophonically installed virus-ridden software into the hardware of capitalism, who drew back the curtain of suburbia to expose the rat wizard, who mixed human saliva with dog saliva, using the spit concoction to grease the gears of the machinery of equity, who studied post-colonialism, who received college degrees to the nth degree and then never got a job, who sat in coffee houses all day and all night, typing revelations from Moloch on laptops, afterwards deleting the files because Zeus commanded it, who filled downtown hostels at dusk with mouthfuls of promised land lore, who collected union dues and municipal budget misallocations for their nonprofit stimulus-subsidized commune startups, who petitioned the House of Representatives and the Girl Scouts of America to finance the propagation of clean energy dynamos, who stood on the street corners of Salt Lake City distributing leaflets announcing the arrival of the green New Jerusalem, who coached at-risk children of low-income families for their future success in the future thought economy, who coronated marginalia by mass-producing and mass-distributing a textbook that was nothing but margins, who scrawled, "Resurrect the psychological architecture of aboriginal proletariats" on bathroom stalls, who chanted incantations in the graveyard of Western civilization to summon the spirits of Christian colonizers just to kill them again, who got lost among sequoias in forests made of Play-Doh, who transitioned from men to women and then from women to non-gendered entities, only to realize that they were lobsters all along, who roamed through Navajo, Hopi, and Apache Indian reservations for 40 days and 40 nights, smoking peyote, waging ethereal warfare on all pale-faced invaders, who made and bought and sold invisible sculptures, who assembled a team of astrologists and meditation masters and interior decorators to overthrow the patriarchal hegemony undergirding America through starry-eyed levitation and intergalactic window treatments, and who went anywhere they could to get out of the cold. All of these people were duped by the evil use of words. And all of these people are like little lost birds. Little lost birds who, I pray, will relinquish their perches and rest and nest on the grounds of Roman Catholic churches. To my ex-girlfriend, I just want you to know that I don't think about you anymore. For example, yesterday, I just happened to be at the store, and I just happened to see a lot of women's clothing, and my cardiovascular system became filled with loathing. Not because I saw the exact same dress that you once wore. Not because that was the exact same dress you had on when you walked out the door. But because the tag on the dress said 37% cotton and 63% polyester. And that's when my righteous indignation began to fester. Because mixing fabrics like that violates Deuteronomy 22:11. And I just want to get someplace where you won't be, i.e., heaven. So that's why now I believe that mixing fabrics is a perversion. Just listen to this Bible verse I found in the King James Version. Thou shalt not wear a garment of divers sorts, as of woolen and linen together. So I guess clothing should be made of only one material, like leather. But anyway, here's another example of how I don't think about you. This morning, I was driving around in agony because I just didn't know what to do. An agony which was totally and completely unrelated to our breakup. It had nothing to do with the thought of you applying your makeup, or brushing your long red hair that cascaded like a waterfall. And my agony had nothing whatsoever to do with your southern drawl, the way you called me your honey butter biscuit, or the way you said, y'all. Or the way your molasses drizzled cornbread awakened my inner Neanderthal? Or the way you made 100 loaves of whole wheat bread, all from scratch? Or the way you let me eat so many of your chocolate chip cookies, a whole batch? But anyway, this morning I was driving, changing stations on the radio, and all of a sudden I got lost. I forgot which way to go. And our special song was playing, the song we used to dance to, the song we were going to play at our wedding, but we never got the chance to. But getting lost at that moment must have been a coincidence, because that's when I was thinking about a lot of various incidents. Incidents that had nothing to do with you, my ex-girlfriend. So when I got lost in thought, I also got lost in real life and stopped at a dead end. And I don't remember exactly what incidents I was thinking about while I was on the road, but they must have been some pretty thought-provoking incidents because I ended up in a far-flung zip code. But anyway, I'll probably never see you or talk to you ever again. And that's just fine with me, because now I'm totally the Christian version of Zen. Maybe I'm so Zen because all my clothes are only made of one material. Plus, it's nice to know that I'll never catch a disease from you that the doctors call venereal. Or maybe I'm so Zen because I have a new girlfriend now, and she's really into candle making. And when we dine in the glow of her handmade candles, I can't even remember your baking. Pronunciation Guide and Glossary. Arcally. Arcally. Adverb. To move like an arc moves. I went on the ocean in a canoe, but I would rather go on the ocean arcally. Behoovel. Behoovel. Noun. Something that is behooved. I'm getting sick and tired of your behoovels, Nancy. Behoovement. Behoovement. A time in which something is behooved. Teachers should use their spare instructional time for additional behoovement. Blurried. Blurried. Adjective. Having been blurred. Dang it. My windshield got done blurried again because of all these here dang snowflakes. Cantankerize. Cantankerize. Verb. To act in such a way that is cantankerous. Children, why must you cantankerize? The senator will arrive within the hour. Dwazzle. Dwazzle. Noun. An allegedly sacred liquid used in all snozzlewall proceedings. One time I drank some Dwazzle, and it was so awesome, man. Flagless. Flagless. Adjective. Having no loyalty to a flag or to flags, whether literal or metaphorical. My heart is like that empty flagpole. Flagless. Garganut. Garganut. Noun. A specialized nut of any color, which must be removed, along with several other garganuts, before a whammy gasket can be replaced. Hey Lester, some of them garganuts is pretty tight, ain't they? Lamb wasket. noun. A rank or title. The college was high-ranking, but it couldn't rightfully be called Lamb Wasket. Louver. Louvre. Proper noun. The art museum in France that contains the Mona Lisa. And yeah, I know it's not really pronounced Louvre, but my American mouth can't say the correct pronunciation, and I think it's funny whenever I say Louvre. Mom, can I go to the Louvre? Merzazzabam. Merzazzabam. Noun. The eldest Merzazzabam in the Lamb Wasket School of Snozzery. The Grand Merzazzabam is the eldest Merzazzabam in the Lamb Wasket School of Snozzery. Merzazzabam. Merzazzabam. A plopper who has ascended through several scholastic and metaphysical ranks to be enrolled in the Lamb Wasket School of Snozzery. The Grand Merzazzabam is the eldest Merzazzabam in the Lamb Wasket School of Snozzery. Muhammad al-Walid bin Ahmed. Muhammad al-Walid bin Ahmed. Proper noun. This is just a name, so it doesn't really have a definition. Muhammad al-Walid bin Ahmed is a friend of mine. Ploppers. Ploppers. People who plop. You better watch out for those ploppers. They sure know how to plop. Popaloo. Popaloo. Proper noun. The name of the leading female character in the movie Arnold and Jack. Popaloo, are you finished with the cheese grater yet? It's my turn to use it. Quacklish. Quacklish. Proper noun. The language of ducks. Sorry, buddy, I don't speak Quacklish. Rhombicular. Rhombicular. Adjective. Possessing the qualities of a rhombus. Boy, this rhombus sure is rhombicular. Rhombish. Rhombish. Adjective. Marked by having quasi-rhombi qualities. Boy, this rhombus sure is rhombish. Rhomborific. Rhomborific. Adjective or insert. Having the qualities of a rhombus. Oh my gosh, you have a first edition holographic Charizard Pokemon card? Rhomborific. Skeeble. Skeeble. Noun. A tool required for loosening garganuts if your fingers are too feeble. It comes included in your Whammy Gasket replacement kit. I bet I could replace a Whammy Gasket without even using a skeeble because I've been working out so much lately. Snozzery. Snozzery. Noun. The science of snoz. When I go to college, I think I'd like to learn more about snozzery. Snozzawall. Snozzawall. Adjective. Of or pertaining to snozzery. Snozzawall is a word I just made up. Soup de jarro. Soup de jarro. The soup that will be served tomorrow. I hope the soup de jarro is better than the soup de jour. Swaggled. Swaggled. Adjective. marked by the inability to perform the ordinary functions pertaining to the grand Merzazzabam, an inability that can only be fully understood and appreciated by the grand Merzazzabam himself. Hey man, you don't look so good. Are you swoggled or something? Telemicrophonically. Telemicrophonically. Adverb. A manner of transmitting information via the simultaneous use of telephones and microwaves. The online portal was malfunctioning, but I was able to bypass the dysfunction telemicrophonically. Wardrobial. Wardrobial. Adjective. Of or pertaining to a wardrobe. Now that I'm single again, I think I'm ready to make some pretty major wardrobial decisions. Word of tendinitis. Word of tendinitis. Noun. A psychological condition that encourages people to invent words. In fact, I invent words so much that a doctor has diagnosed me with word of tendinitis. Word empty. Word empty. Adjective. Empty of words. When I saw that guy on the side of the road slapping his own face with a banana, I just didn't know what to say. I was word empty. Wordful. Wordful. Adjective. Full of words. How to replace a whammy gasket on a Yoddle-Klopper and Other Poems was wordful, but now it's about to be word empty. Yoddle-Klopper. Yoddle-Klopper. Compound noun. A mechanical contraption that clops yoddles. Hey, this is Lacy. Oh my goodness, you wrote me a poem? That's so sweet. I don't think any guy has ever written me a poem before. I love it. I don't really get the stuff about the walrus or the rhombus, TBH, but of course I can meet you at 2. I really want to see your yo-yo tricks. But I was actually wondering if you could come over to my place and help me fix my Yoddle-Klopper, because it's been making some funny noises lately, and I think the whammy gasket needs to be replaced.